I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Tonnage Duty Amendment Bill 2026 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Tonnage Duty Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed as amended.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Tonnage Duty Amendment Bill 2026 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This bill may be cited as Tonnage Duty Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. At this time, I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to amend the order paper. I propose, Madam Speaker, that we move up item Roman numeral number 7 under public business, government business, and the second and third readings for the bill entitled Human Rights Commission, Bill 2026, be moved up on the order paper to Roman numeral number 6. And the current Roman numeral number 6, Elections Amendment Bill 2026, become Roman numeral number 7. Madam Speaker, I so move.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The order of the day is so hereby amended. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Human Rights Commission Bill be read a second time. Madam Speaker, allow me to give a statement on the bill. The Human Rights Commission Bill 2026 represents an important step in strengthening the governance framework of the Virgin Islands and reinforcing our commitment to the protection and promotion of fundamental rights and freedoms. The bill before this Honorable House seeks to establish a Human Rights Commission as an independent body responsible for promoting, protecting, and monitoring human rights within the territory. Its creation is consistent with the provisions of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, which anticipates the establishment of such a body to strengthen institutional mechanisms that safeguard the rights of individuals and ensure adherence to internationally recognized human rights standards. Madam Speaker, the establishment of a Human Rights Commission has been under consideration for some time. Earlier versions of the legislation were previously introduced in this House, but were not completed during prior sessions. Over the years, the bill has undergone careful review and refinement to ensure it reflects both the constitutional framework of the Virgin Islands and the practical realities of our society. In preparing the present bill, the government, through the Office of the Deputy Governor, conducted a comprehensive public consultation across the territory, allowing members of the public, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to share their views. The feedback received during that process was carefully considered, and several recommendations were incorporated into the final draft now before the House. Madam Speaker, the bill is structured to provide a clear and balanced framework for the operation of the Commission. First, it establishes the Human Rights Commission as a corporate body composed of commissioners appointed through an independent selection and appointment process, ensuring diversity, competence, and independence in its membership. Second, the bill outlines the functions and powers of the Commission, which include promoting public awareness of human rights, investigating complaints of alleged human rights violations, facilitating conciliation between parties, advising the government on matters affecting human rights, and reviewing laws or policies that may impact the enjoyment of fundamental rights. Third, the legislation provides a clear procedure for the investigation and resolution of complaints, allowing individuals or groups to bring forward concerns where they believe their rights may have been infringed. It also provides safeguards to ensure that complaints are addressed fairly, efficiently, and with due regard for natural justice. The bill further establishes the financial and administrative framework for the Commission, including the maintenance of proper accounts, audit requirements, and the appointment of staff and investigators necessary for the effective performance of its duties. Importantly, Madam Speaker, the bill affirms the independence of the Commission, ensuring that in carrying out its mandate, it will not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. This independence is essential to maintaining public confidence in the Commission's work and ensuring that it can operate impartially in the interest of justice and fairness. Madam Speaker, the creation of the Human Rights Commission will strengthen our institutional framework for good governance, enhance transparency and accountability, and provide an accessible mechanism for addressing human rights concerns within our territory. It is also a clear signal that the Virgin Islands remains committed to upholding the rule of law, respecting the dignity of every individual, and aligning our governance systems with internationally recognized human rights principles. Madam Speaker, in addition to my prepared statement, I'll just say just a few short words on this bill and its significance in the wider context. Madam Speaker, we just celebrated 75 years of having our own legislature. Madam Speaker, we are about to commence negotiations with the United Kingdom on advancements to our Constitution. And indeed, it is my aspiration, and based on the report which is presently being completed on our negotiating position in the forthcoming talks with the United Kingdom, it is also the aspiration of this House that we continue along the journey of self-determination, that we continue to advance and gain more autonomy, which was taken away from us when we were enslaved as a group of people. And since that time, we have been seeking to take back control over our lives. Now, as we seek to mature as a people with some degree of self-governance, we have recognized the importance of building institutions. Institutions which safeguard and protect our people. Of course, we know that our 2007 Constitution established for the first time in the history of the Virgin Islands a Bill of Human Rights, protecting persons' right to privacy, for instance, protecting persons' right to have a trial, a fair trial by a jury of their own peers, protecting persons' ability to be able to support whatever political party they wish, protecting persons' right to be able to assemble, protecting persons' right to have freedom of speech. And there are a number of other rights enshrined in this bill that appears in the 2007 Constitution. These are the fundamental rights which make us a free society, a society that respects certain values, a society that respects certain principles. And of course, it is one of those things which is outstanding from that 2007 Constitution. And so I believe it will greatly strengthen our negotiating positions with the United Kingdom, and it will strengthen a fundamental, it will establish a fundamental institution in our society and strengthen the protection of human rights in this society. So we will establish this Human Rights Commission. But Madam Speaker, it's also important that we as a people take responsibility for our human rights. Presently, of course, this Human Rights Bill was brought to Cabinet by the Governor. And sometimes, Madam Speaker, we believe as a society that anything that has to do with independence and impartiality should fall under the Governor. But that, Madam Speaker, is evidence of our immaturity. Because when you grow in autonomy, when you seek to become independent or sovereign nation, you don't have a governor. You don't have a governor to safeguard independence and impartiality. And what we seek to do is to establish institutions which are free from partisan bias, free from political influence, and is there to serve the needs of all the people. And this is where we have to demonstrate our maturity as a society, that we are ready as a government, as an executive body, to be able to establish institutions that we cannot influence, that we just facilitate the administrative procedures to ensure that these bodies remain functioning. And that is our responsibility. It's also important, Madam Speaker, because as a people, one of the fundamental ways in which our human rights were violated in one of the ways, and I would say it's the worst ways, that human beings have had their human rights violated was the institution of slavery. And as we know, Madam Speaker, it is the United Kingdom that imposed slavery on the people of the Virgin Islands. And therefore, to make the governor the custodian of our human rights is something that I have a fundamental disagreement with. We must take responsibility for our own human rights. We must champion it. We must ensure that our human rights are never taken away from us. Because we, despite the fact that we currently occupy a colonial status, we must say strongly and we must say proudly, without fear of contradiction, that our human rights matter, and we must ensure that our human rights are respected by our administering power and by the world. And that is important in these days and times when all over the world persons are having their human rights violated almost on a daily basis. I also affirm our right to self-determination as a fundamental human right. The United Nations Charter establishes self-determination as a human right. And that is yet another reason why we must ensure that we become custodians of our own human rights and ensure that our Human Rights Commission is well functioning at all times. Because, of course, Madam Speaker, as a people, if we are denied self-determination, we can actually take up a case against those who deny us that right in our international courts. And any citizen who believes that they are aggrieved from being able to enjoy the rights of a self-determined people, I believe, can be able to make an official complaint on that particular matter. So, Madam Speaker, as we approach constitutional negotiations with the United Kingdom, I want to affirm our right, based on the United Nations Charter, to have advancement and autonomy. Because in this world, there should have no such institution such as colonialism, where one group of people hold power over another group. That should not exist in this world that we are living in today. And that remains the situation in a number of ways in the Virgin Islands. And we must endeavor to eliminate any vestiges of colonialism within our society, because it is a fundamental abrogation of our human rights as a people. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I commend this bill to this Honorable House, and I look forward to a robust and wholesome debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the bill. And by seconding the bill, I'm certainly showing full support for it here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I start, I'd like to welcome, as we did earlier, some students who are here with us from the Cedar International School. The school is located in the best district in this territory, the 6th district, so I want to congratulate them for recognizing that and for having that school there.
Take exception to that, Madam Speaker.
It is good, Madam Speaker, when we can bring our young people to the House of Assembly to see how laws are made to govern this territory and to expose them as early as we possibly can to the workings of government and the fact that they too, as small as they are, they must pay attention to what is happening in the country so that when they become adults that can exercise their franchise to vote, they'll be more educated on the processes and make sure that when they do vote, that they do vote persons who they believe, based on the campaigns, sufficiently adequate and prepared to represent their interests in the House of Assembly. So I want to congratulate the teachers very much for bringing the students here. Madam Speaker, this bill is a very, very important bill. And I want to thank the Premier very much for allowing me to second the bill. This is the third time in this House that I'm seconding this bill. And I hope certainly that it comes to completion this time. It was brought twice before by our administration. There were concerns on both sides, and it didn't go as far as it needed to go. I see that the bill has gone through some revision. I must admittedly say it's a better bill than the one that we had before. Because one of the concerns I had with the bill that we had before, or that was drafted for us before, the Commission didn't have as much teeth as it has now. And if you have a commission without teeth, then it's a useless commission as far as I am concerned. Madam Speaker, human rights is a very, very serious. And what we have in the 2007 Constitution actually comes from the European Convention on Human Rights, which the European countries decided after World War II that the sort of atrocities that took place during that time should not be allowed to repeat themselves. And those conventions were then replicated in the Human Rights Act in the United Kingdom of 1998, I think it was. And that is how it now has found its way into our 2007 Constitution. Madam Speaker, the 2007 Constitution provides a number of fundamental rights and freedoms. And I want to say to this House, Madam Speaker, and to all the institutions that will be responsible or have the responsibility of educating the public, including this commission, when it comes to life, we have to do a better job in this country, Madam Speaker, including this House of Assembly. I know you've been trying to educate the people on what we do, educate people on their rights, educate people on the laws, educate people on the systems. Because if people do not know that certain rights are available to them, they cannot access those rights. And so one of the first things that this commission should do, and I'll get into the body of the bill, I want to talk for a little while, is to educate the public on those fundamental rights and freedoms that are available to them under the 2007 Constitution. And the rights are important, and I will list them out so that people can know, because a lot of people haven't read the Constitution to understand these rights. You have the protection of right to life. You have the protection, you have equality under the law, protection from inhumane treatment, protection from slavery and forced labor, protection of the right to personal property, meaning nobody can come take your thing like so, provisions to secure protection of the law, protection of rights to humane treatment. That is something that's very important as well, not because somebody might be incarcerated at the prison means that they no longer have no rights. The rights are attached to you as part of the dignity of the person. And so even though they're incarcerated, the conditions under which they are kept, there are rules, the Mandela rules, for example, that tells you certain things in terms of the rights of those persons. Protection of freedom of the environment, protection of private and family life, and privacy of home and other property. That's why, for instance, when we had I think a couple of bills that came down recently, I think the police bill and a couple of other things, when we had robust debate in this House about whether or not we can do certain things, this is what it's talking about. Protection of your private and family life, protection of the right to marry and found a family, protection of freedom of conscience, protection of the right to education, protection of the freedom of expression, that you say what you have to say. Obviously, they're limited because all the rights that are here, Madam Speaker, as you know, some of the rights are qualified rights. Some are absolute rights. The right to life, for is an absolute right. But there are other rights in the Constitution and under this under these human rights that can be interfered with, has to be justified, Madam Speaker. The freedom of assembly and association, protection from privation of property, protection from discrimination, important one, particularly for vulnerable and marginalized groups in our community. And Madam Speaker, these are all rights, and many more, protection of the environment, protection of children, etc., that are here, Madam Speaker, that the Human Rights Commission would be responsible for. Now, the thing is, Madam Speaker, when you go to the Constitution and you go to Section 31, it speaks of enforcement of protective provisions. And when you go over leaf to subsection 2, it says the High Court shall have original jurisdiction to hear and determine any application made by a person under subsection 1. So therefore, it means that if your rights currently as they stand, if those rights have been abrogated, then your recourse is the High Court. And that is the problem. That, Madam Speaker, is the main reason why this bill is so important. And I'll tell you why. If you have to access those rights through the High Court, you have to engage an attorney most times, because there's drafting of stuff that has to be done. They have to put your case together for you. And cases to the High Court are not cheap. You get a decent constitutional lawyer to pick up a matter under human rights, and you're probably starting at $15,000, $20,000 for the case. How many persons can pick up 15 or 20,000, or even more depending on what it is, on the type of lawyer you get? You know, you have some high-profile ones, they charge a little extra because they know they're good and they have a good winning reputation. But what about the person who can't afford to pay a lawyer? They suffer in silence because they can't find $15,000 or $20,000 to pay an attorney. And that's why the Human Rights Commission, Madam Speaker, is so important. That's why I was happy, Premier, to be given the chance to second it, because I fully understand this. What is the benefit of having rights if you can't access them? It's just as cheap as they don't have them at all. The Commission is doing, Madam Speaker. Just recently, for instance, I'll give you one of the reasons why it's important. We've been late on it, but at least we are here. We had COVID recently. All manner of policies coming up from all kind of employer. If you don't know what in this jab. But take it, I know why in it. I was praying to Jesus when I was taking. But you don't know what it in it. You don't know why in it. How it comes so fast. All kind of things. I've never seen a vaccine come so quick. How this one comes so quick. And so people would have legitimate concerns. What am I putting inside my body? How it comes so quick. You got all kind of disease from time, and nobody can come with no kind of vaccine. And whoops, whops, 3 months of vaccine come. It's a legitimate concern for people. And then you had employers saying, well, if you don't take the vaccine, you can't come to work. If you don't take the vaccine, you can't come in this bank, you can't come in that bank, you can't do this, you can't do that. And there are people who believe in the dignity of their body. And say, you saw, for instance, I was looking at the news, I know you all look at the news too, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for instance, a set of public officers were laid off, were sent home for not taking the vaccine. Hundreds of them were sent home for that. And we had similar situations here, but people had nowhere to go. Where do you go? And if we had that Human Rights Commission in place, even if they can't do anything about it, because health is one of those qualified rights, but even if they couldn't do anything about it, you had somebody who could explain to you that this is what is taking place. And we didn't have it. So we had pure confusion. People get taken advantage of. And so this Human Rights Commission, Madam Speaker, if that was in place, it would have played a very helpful role in persons understanding the rights that they have. And so Section 4 of the bill established the Human Rights Commission. And 4.1 says there is established by this act a commission to be known as the Human Rights Commission. The commission shall have a seal, a common seal, and all courts, judges, and persons acting judiciously shall take judicial notice of the imprint of the common seal of the commission appearing on a document and shall presume that the document was duly sealed. The commission shall be a body corporate which shall have perpetual succession and a common seal, can be sued and can acquire and dispose of property and do all things that are necessary or incidental to the performance of its functions under this act. Now, Madam Speaker, I have concerns from time to time about body corporates, and I've raised the matter in this House several times before. That you cannot establish a body corporate, but then still seek to have control over it. It is wrong. It is wrong. It is a separate person. It has its own separate legal personalities. In this case, you have a commission. You have a CEO. So you have people who have certain responsibilities under the corporate structure. You cannot still turn around and interfere with that corporate structure. It's not a government department. It's a separate entity. And Madam Speaker, there's a saying that, well, go for the goose, go for the gander. It seems as if in this territory that we're only trying to curtail the authority of local representatives. It's a problem. But I have been consistent. Sometimes I either get vexed with me when I say a thing about this. But here it is, you turn now, because I just read that, Section 4.1. Turn to, if you look at Section 25, you see my concern. 25.1 says the governor may appoint in accordance with Section 92 of the Constitution such staff of the commission as the governor considers necessary for the efficient administration of this act. If it's a body corporate, why the governor choosing staff? Why is he choosing the staff? You have a commission. It's a body corporate. The commission should be empowered to hire the staff that they want. You have a CEO. The CEO and whoever staffing and whoever senior managers they have there will be responsible for hiring the staff, but the governor should not be here talking about he hiring staff. No, that is wrong. It's a body corporate. Then you go to 25.2. The salaries, allowances, and other benefits payable to the staff of the commission shall be determined by the governor and shall be paid out of the consolidated fund. Really? So salaries, the governor is dealing with salaries for the commission? So where is the independence that the commission should have? He who pays the piper calls the tune. What should happen is that there should be monies allocated in the budget for the Human Rights Commission, like it's allocated for every single statutory corporation that the government assists. That's what should happen. And the commission, along with the CEO, because they're going to have their chief financial officers and so on, because they're required to give their audit report, have their reports laid in the House of Assembly and so on, and they give account to this honorable House as to how they have spent the monies that we have allocated to them. But the governor should have no dealing, absolutely none, in determining staff and determining remuneration. It interferes with the independence of the body. And this body, Madam Speaker, has to be an independent body. It's important for it to function and function well. Madam Speaker, Section 5 then speaks about the Select Appointment Committee. So they're going to set up a Select Appointment Committee. And it says, 5.1 says, subject to subsection 6, the commission shall comprise 7 commissioners at one time, unless the governor, on the recommendation of the commission, prescribes a greater number of commissioners by order published in the Gazette. 2 says, the appointment of the commissioners shall be made by the governor based only on recommendations received from the Select and Appointment Committee established under subsection 4. And the Selection and Appointment Committee shall cause the qualifications and other eligible criteria to be advertised in the Gazette and at least one newspaper or general circulation in the territory. So you have the commission that will be made up of 7 persons, but then you have a Select and Appointment Committee that will go through the interview process and all the other things to make sure that you select the right persons. 5 speaks, Madam Speaker, about the Selection and Appointment Committee. It says shall comprise 5 persons nominated as follows. 2 persons nominated by the governor, one of whom may be ordinarily resident on the island other than Tortola, 1 person nominated by the Premier, 1 by the Leader of the Opposition, and 1 nominated by the Chief Justice. Madam Speaker, even as it goes down a little further, it starts to flesh out some of the qualifications that these people should have. But I'm not sure, and the funny thing is I've pondered long and hard about it, of a better way to establish these commissioners. Because you have to get the right commissioners on this for it to be successful. You have to get it. It is too important. It's too important. And sometimes, as politicians, we got to do a little better. A little better. And even the governor. Because everybody sometimes have their biases when they pick people to put on boards. Sometimes you pick somebody on a board only because they support you politically. They don't know beef from Bullfoot according to my father. Put them on things that they have no competence. And so if we want this institution to be what it's supposed to be, we must make sure those of us who have the responsibility of nominating persons, make sure that you nominate fit and proper persons for this commission. And not just fit and proper in the sense of qualifications. You must be somebody who have a heart and love for people. You must be somebody who is free of biases. Because if you're a biased person, you're going to take certain positions in relation to these things. And so it's important that we do a good job in selecting these people. 11, subsection 11, 511 speaks about the recommendation. And it says, in making recommendations, the select and appointment committee shall, as far as practicable, ensure A, candidates have knowledge of practical experience in human rights or related matters. Candidates reflect diversity in various religious, ethnic, geographical, political, social, and economic backgrounds. And of the 7 persons selected to serve as commissioners to the commission, at least 2 who are ordinarily resident on islands other than Tortola, provided that those 2 persons shall not ordinarily resident on the same island. I want to talk about that heart. I want to talk about that heart. Because to me, that heart and that fairness is more important to me than whatever qualifications you could have. And in selecting those persons who are going to be commissioners, I think, Madam Speaker, previous statements, previous actions should be something for consideration. Because, hi, you're welcome, thanks for coming. Previous statements. There are some people sometimes, Madam Speaker, on the radio, I won't call their names, but you hear them farting at the mouth, trying to make certain people believe that they don't belong in this community, that they are second-class citizens. You have them there. They come on Tuesday time sometimes. Now, when you get a chance to debate, you say what you have to say. I am speaking now. One of the things in the House, no, not you. One of the things in the Constitution, in those rights, is the protection from discrimination. It is there to protect marginalized groups, diverse groups, minority groups. And if you have somebody end up on that commission who would have made previous statements, they can't be nominated. And that's why I'm saying it is important that you choose the right persons to go, Madam Speaker, on that commission. Previous statements should be one of the things. It can't just be simply, you have knowledge, and that's it. No. We have to look a little further. Because when you see, for instance, in the United States Senate, when they're having confirmations, Attorney General, Secretary of this, Secretary of that, and you have them coming before the Senate, whatever you said 10, 15 years ago, then dig it up and put it to you now. Because you're now going into a very important position. And if you have these existing biases, then knock you out clean. Because they will already get a window into your heart as to how you will deal, Madam Speaker, with certain important matters. And so under subsection 13, there's a fit and proper test. So it says, for the purposes of subsection 6, a person is fit and proper to be appointed as a commissioner if he or she is a person of integrity, moral courage, and competence, and is able to exercise sound judgment and fairness. B says, possess public credibility, which is important, because the public must have confidence in the persons who are on that commission, and is sensitive to issues relating to gender, ethnicity, the rights of children, the rights of people with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups, Madam Speaker. And then it sets out that a person is disqualified as a commissioner for various reasons. If he's a public officer, if he has certified, if he's certified by a medical practitioner to be of unsound mind, and so on. Age, however, 5H, I think, is wrong. We have to fix that. H says, is a person against whom a complaint has been made to the commission and an investigation has initiated as a result of the complaint. That is wrong. Yeah. That is wrong. H is wrong. Because all you have here in H are allegations. We're talking about human rights. The same building can't turn wrong and affect people's human rights. Right? Under the human rights, you have a right to a fair trial, to be judged by your peers, etc., etc., etc. That should not be interfered with. If there's a complaint against you and the matter is still ongoing, you are innocent until proven guilty. You shouldn't be disqualified from the commission simply because there's an allegation, because the allegation might turn out not to be true. So I think, Premier, we have to look at H. That is not right. I says is a person whom, after a complaint is made and an investigation is initiated, is found to be culpable for his or her. That I agree with. If the investigation has taken place and you have been found culpable, then of course you are disqualified. But H, in terms of simply allegations at that point, I don't think it is right. 15 says, the appointment of the commissioner shall be subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. I don't like that one. I want an affirmative resolution of the House. Bring to the House so we can know who it is they put on there. We know everybody. We know who good, bad, and indifferent. Bring it to the House. It is too important for somebody to come do it behind back and then we come here for rubber stamping. I ain't rubber stamping nothing. Bring them here to us. And we will say yes or no. So we got to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we get that changed. 6 speaks about the functions and the powers of the Commission. The powers are wide powers, and I'm very happy, Madam Speaker, that the provisions are wider, Madam Speaker, than what they were before. I'll just say a couple of them. It says to investigate with the agreement or concurrence of the persons concerned complaints of any act or practice that may be inconsistent with or contrary to human rights. And 2 says, where the Commission considers it appropriate to do so, to endeavor by conciliation to effect a settlement of the matters that gave rise to an investigation. So the Commission has the rights as well to settle matters, Madam Speaker. F2 says, where the Commission is of the opinion or contrary to human rights, and the Commission has not considered it appropriate to endeavor to effect a settlement of the matters that gave rise to the investigation, or has endeavored without success to effect the settlement, that a report to the Attorney General in relation to the investigation, and may refer such matters to the Director of Public Prosecutions for prosecution of itself. This is an important power of the Commission. If something has happened, they can't get it settled, they can refer it to the Attorney General, they could refer it to the Director of Public Prosecutions, so that the matter, Madam Speaker, is sorted out. Because you want to have a commission that has teeth. Because if the commission don't have any teeth, nobody is going to do it. Why God never tell you my business for you can't do nothing about it? And so these powers, Madam Speaker, are important. G says, to inquire into any matter, whether governmental or non-governmental, including any enactment, practice or procedure, if it appears that the matter involves or may involve an infringement of human rights. This, Madam Speaker, was one of the key reasons why this bill didn't pass the 2 times. When the members of the House heard that, them ball out. Because the government was captured by it. The government has to be captured by it. The government has to be captured by it. We are talking, and the funny thing about it, it's going to be an expensive, very expensive venture. But it is necessary. It's necessary. want to show ourselves as being a responsible government, a responsible country, operating on the world stage in financial services, operating in the world stage in tourism. We are major players, as small as we are. We are major players in this world. And there are certain responsibilities that come along with being major players in the world. And one of those things is the protection of human rights. How we treat people. And a lot of people, Madam Speaker, a lot of people in this country have been taken advantage of. Their human rights have been abrogated by governments. It is true. And I'm talking about not one government, I'm talking about successive governments. I remember at one point, and Amber Skelton would bear me out. He was one of them, me, he was cussing about it. We were cussing as proponents of it. In a previous life, when you had people who cases were brought against them in the public service. They're put on half salary. Right? The government lose the case. And you still got them home on half salary. And won't reinstate them. The government has been doing that. I know people up to now still on half salary and their cases, they have been set free by the courts. I know that. And all you're hearing is, all kind of him and harming when you ask a question about it. You could imagine you have a mortgage to pay. You have children to feed. Them string up allegations on you. You're gone and have salary. So you start to get punished even before the thing goes through the courthouse. Because just cutting off half your salary is punishment alone. Your bill them gone sky high there, you probably lose your shirt. And then after all of that time, 5, 6, 7, 8 years gone, you want half salary. And you're there waiting because you want this money now, that this half salary money. You got to get several trucks to go away to the treasury to pick up that money. And them guys are there waiting. You can't get the money and you can't get reinstated in your job. Government do that. And that is why it is so important that the government, Madam Speaker, is captured in this. The government is one of the bigger proponents of issues in relation to human rights. Under the function, it says to advise the government in developing a national plan of action in consultation with interested parties and to develop an annual promotion of human rights in the Virgin Islands. This is, to me, is one of the most important functions of the Commission. As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, you have rights and you don't know what those rights are. Then you don't know how to access them. You don't know when they've been abrogated. To seek redress on them. It says to assess and comment generally on government's progress in relation to its obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. To encourage the maintenance of the development of harmonious relations between individuals and among the diverse groups in the Virgin Islands society. To inspect custodial facilities, Minister, and places of detention on a regular basis, and to examine the treatment of persons detained in those facilities and places, with a view to ensuring that torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment is not used. Very important, because not because somebody is incarcerated means that they don't have rights. The rights attached to you naturally as being a human being. And so wherever you are, you must pay attention, Madam Speaker, to that. And then I'm still under section 6, but I'm under section 3. That speaks about the powers of the Commission. And the things, Madam Speaker, that the Commission issue subpoenas, fine any person for contempt of a subpoena or order. It can question any person in respect of any subject matter under investigation before the Commission, to require any person to disclose truthfully and frankly any information with the knowledge of that person relevant to any investigation by the Commission, to apply to a court or to be appointed as an investigator or counsel assisting the court, or to participate in proceedings in any matter permitted by the court, to bring proceedings before the court, to bring proceedings to restrain the enforcement of legislation or regulation by challenging its validity if offending action or conduct is sought to be justified by legislation or regulation which is unreasonable or otherwise ultra-virus. This is a very important provision, because sometimes government might try to bring legislation that they know, try to override certain things, and part of the job of the Commission calls for that, to make sure that you don't bring legislation to override anything or that would otherwise be ultra-virus, Madam Speaker. So there are important powers that the Commission has. It says in the performance of its functions under this Act, 11 says this, 611, the Commission shall, A, accommodate the diversity of people. This is important, Madam Speaker, in a small society. And when we speak about diversity of people, we talk about culture, ethnicity, nationality, origin, religious belief, Madam Speaker, age and gender and sexual orientation and the like. To observe the principles of impartiality and gender equity. To have high regard for international human rights standards, etc. And to observe the rules of natural justice and fairness. That last one, observe the rules of natural justice and fairness, is important in relation to the previous point, that you can't disqualify somebody from being a commissioner simply because a complaint was made. There's natural justice. So you can't, in that sense, the legislation is contradictory. On one hand, it's condemning somebody before they've had the natural justice, and on the other hand, it's saying it's observing the rules of natural justice. There's a conflict, Madam Speaker. Tenure of office is 7, subject to subsections 3 and 4. The appointment of a commissioner shall be for a term not exceeding 5 years, and no commissioner may serve more than 10 years consecutively. So you could have 2 back-to-back 5-year terms, but you got to take a break and then come back. 6 says, and this ties in to section 5 and the concerns that I raised in terms of how the commissioners are being appointed. The governor appoints, leader of the opposition appoints, the premier appoints, etc. 5 is attempting to cure my concerns that I raised in relation to making sure you have the right people there. 7.6 says, a commissioner shall not act as a delegate of any government, commercial, financial, or other interests with whom he or she may be connected, shall not accept directions from any person or authority in respect of his or her duties as commissioner, in relation to or on behalf or in the name of the commission. Not because you appoint somebody means that that person is responsible to you. The person is appointed to the commission, and they are expected to carry out their duties faithfully, without fear or favor. 8 speaks about resignation and removal of the commissioner. It says a commissioner may at any time resign his or her office by writing underhand the governor. The governor may, by written notice, remove a commissioner, and these are the grounds to discharge the functions of his or her office, whether arising from infirmity of body or mind or any other cause, or from misbehavior. B, if he or she has become disqualified from being appointed as a commissioner under section 5. And C, if he or she has an interest that is likely to prejudicially prejudicially affect the exercise and performance by him of his or her functions as a commissioner. He is liable to. 9 speaks about the meetings of the commission. You should have a meeting at least once every month at a place and time designated by the chairperson. 3, I have a little bit of a problem. The quorum of the commission shall be 3. I think the quorum should be 4. If you have 7 persons, I think at least you should try to have the majority of persons present at the meeting. So I think the commission premier that we should change that quorum to 4 persons. Have the appointment and responsibilities of the chief executive officer as you would have under any statutory body. Part 2, section 11 deals with the filing of complaints. Problem with 11.1. 11.1 says, subject to subsection 3, an individual or group of individuals, the complainant, having reasonable grounds for believing that a public officer, a government department, a statutory body, or an individual, or body corporate, or an unincorporated entity is engaging or has engaged in an act or practice that is inconsistent with or contrary to human rights, may file with the Commission, through the Chief Executive Officer, a complaint in a form acceptable to the Commission. Having reasonable grounds for believing that a public officer, a government, statutory body, individual, or body corporate. So basically what has happened here in 11.1, and I don't know if I'm reading it wrong, but I don't think that I am. It probably needs to be tidied up. It's almost as if anybody can bring a complaint before the Commission, the way this reads. An individual or group of individuals, the complainant, having reasonable grounds for believing that a public officer, a government department, a statutory body, an individual, a body corporate, or an unincorporated entity is engaging or has engaged in an act. It leaves it open as if anybody could bring that complaint. I don't think that is right. In law, Madam Speaker, you would know. You must have local standard. You must have a relevant interest in the matter. You can't just have anybody bringing a complaint like that. It has to be an affected person. Because you know where we live. You know where we live. We're good, but we got some little things choked up inside us. We're a little malicious sometimes. And we're going to go, Human Rights Commission, but say, Tom doing this, that, and the next. And poor Tom get caught up in things. That time nothing goes when you're done. Let the person who has been affected be the person who brings the complaint. Not any groups or other set of people bringing a complaint. I have a problem with that. It is open, it is too open to abuse. And I think 11.1 needs some strengthening. And then subsection 2 says, a complaint under subsection 2, subsection 1, may be brought on behalf of individuals or group of individuals by legal third parties, groups of individuals, etc., or any other person, any other representative organization, the person from whom the complaint might have been made is unable to act for himself or herself. And in such cases where the complainant does not make the complaint, the complainant's name and contact information shall be recorded with the subject matter and date of the complaint. Again, parts of this are good, but other parts I'm concerned about the person, because unless the person has some sort of mental incapacitation where they can't bring a case themselves, then of course a representative should come in place. But when you get third parties involved who are bringing cases but they don't have any standing in the matter, then you could end up having, Madam Speaker, all sorts of problems. And there are other areas in the bill, conditions for dealing with complaints. Subsection 5E, for instance, I think that places a statute of limitation on it. The complainant is based on acts or omissions that the last of which occurred more than 1 year before the filing of the complaint. So you should try as best as possible to try to bring your complaint within a year of the occurrence of the situation that you're concerned about. The Commission is empowered to do settlements. It says the parties to a complaint, and this is section 20, may agree on a settlement of the complaint at any stage after the filing of the complaint. That's an important power. So if two persons have an issue, then at any time during the filing of the complaint, they can settle the matter. And then where a settlement is agreed on by the parties to a complaint, the terms of the settlement shall be referred to the Commission for approval or rejection. So there's a settlement component. Part 3, which is section 22, then talks about the funding of the Commission. The funds of the Commission shall consist of monies that are appropriated to it by the House of Assembly for the purposes of this Act, which is consistent with what we know how it's supposed to be done. Monies received by the Commission from agencies other than the government have to be approved by the Minister of Finance, and donations, endowments, and other gifts may be received by the Commission. And that is the way I know it's supposed to be done. That is why I was concerned about Section 25, that in relation to the governance, certain things, because the Commission gets its monies through the normal way that other statutory bodies would normally get their subvention. An important power, again, Madam Speaker, and this will be the last point, I'll give others a chance to speak. The Commission and the staff to maintain secrecy. This is an important provision. And that's back to making sure that you put the right people on this commission. So those persons who will have the responsibility of making nominations must make sure that the people of a certain caliber, that they respect confidentiality, Madam Speaker. Because if anybody goes to the commission, raises a matter, and next thing here in the rum shop, all what they will tell the commission, you undermine the work of the commission, you undermine the very commission itself. Because if people cannot trust the fact that when I bring information to you, it's confidential, they're not going to come to you. I say the right qualifications, Madam Speaker, as commissioners. I'll give others a chance to talk, but Madam Speaker, again, I highly commend this bill. I've always had an affection, Madam Speaker, so I might be a little biased for matters of human rights. I've always had that concern. Matter of fact, that was one of the reasons why I became an attorney, Madam Speaker. I hate to see people taken advantage of and so on. Another thing that I've seen with the Commission is that the Commission, and I think that's part of the education process, the Commission is not an end-all for everything, and it's in the Act as well. If there's certain, that's why I read out the provisions under the fundamental rights and freedoms that we have, because it's not every single thing you bring to the Commission. If it's a matter that there's enactment for, then you go to that requisite, the relevant agency to deal with that. You don't bring everything to the Commission. It is only the things that are provided for in the Human Rights chapter that you bring to the Commission. But again, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill. And Prima, I thank you for allowing me to second the bill. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate? I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Luce Hart-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make my contribution, which will be very brief because I do believe the speakers before have eloquently presented the bill before us today. The Virgin Islands Human Rights Commission Bill 2026. when we look at human rights, Madam Speaker, what does this really mean? And I think also the speakers highlighted a few of those, which I will probably repeat because it is what it is. Human rights, we often refer to the fundamental rights and freedom, of freedoms that everyone throughout the world, so we're debating this bill today for the Virgin Islands, but it is human rights throughout the world is entitled to from birth to death. Now, these rights are inalienable, meaning they cannot be taken away, except if you do something outside of the law. But as we speak about this bill today, Madam Speaker, I can't help but mention, and I know it's not related to us, but it still affects us in a sense when I look at the wars throughout the world, and when we talk about human rights and persons that are innocently suffering because of the wars and the fact that they are losing their basic human rights to life. And I think of those persons who are innocently affected by these wars, particularly women and children who are most vulnerable, and to pause to recognize the suffering of these people that are caught up in the wars, and we know what the wars are, I don't need to mention them, but just to give thought to them and to consider their current situation. Women, children, of course, men as well, but like I said, most vulnerable, the women and the men. They caught up in these wars and they just don't have the freedom that we have and the rest of the world have. But I just want to pause to consider these persons that are suffering because of the wars and not have their basic rights. And as I mentioned before, these rights are highlighted by the previous speakers. The right to life, freedom of speech, the right to a fair trial, freedom from torture and slavery. Our Premier also mentioned that. And the right to work, the right to an adequate standard of living, and the right to education. Madam Speaker, I am in full support of establishing this Human Rights Commission. And a Human Rights Commission, I believe, is vital to ensure that the fundamental rights of everyone is not just written in law, but practiced on a daily basis. So this commission has a lot of work to do, as outlined in this bill. In other words, the commission is going to be like a go-between the government and the citizens. It's going to ensure that the government is doing right by the people, its citizens. And yes, we have all the information pertaining to what this commission is going to look like, how it's going to be made up. And it's all listed in the bill. But it also, the commission serves as allowing for independent accountability, promoting equality, and education and awareness. And it's all of this is also listed in the bill. Madam Speaker, I believe this bill is thoroughly presented. It has 39 clauses, and there are 4 parts. Part 1 covers the Human Rights Commission itself. Part 2 covers investigations and settlement of complaints. And Part 3 covers financial and administrative provisions. And Part 4, of course, covers miscellaneous areas. I want to, Madam Speaker, just go into Clause 6 a little bit. And this is where I believe is the meat of the matter in terms of the functions of the commission. And there are a number of functions of this commission, just to show that it's, as I said before, it's well thought out, it's well covered. Clause 6 Section 1, this Section 1 says, Section to Section 34 of the Commission, the functions of the commissions are, and it goes from A to Y. A to Y, and that's how extensive this particular section is. But Section 6 doesn't just covers functions of the and powers of the commission. It actually sets out the including promotion and awareness, investigating complaints, conducting conciliation and advising government, and inspecting detention facilities and intervening in court. This is a very important section of this particular bill. And just to mention a few of the functions, looking at Section 1A, to promote better public awareness, understanding, acceptance, appreciation, and discussion with respect to human rights and international instruments or activities relating to human rights. And Section B, 1B, to advocate and promote by education or publicity respect for and observance of human rights. Section 1C, to make public statements in relation to any matter affecting human rights, including statements promoting an understanding of and compliance with this Act and Chapter 2 of the Constitution. I will skip a few, Madam Speaker, because I said it's very extensive. It's a very long list of functions. To receive complaints on any act, this is 1E. To receive complaints on any act or practice that may be inconsistent with or contrary to any human rights. And going way down to 1H, to provide a forum for dealing with and to participate in promoting conciliation with respect to complaints and disputes concerning any matter relating to human rights. 1I, 1J, to issue guidance on procedures relating to complaints of acts or practices that may be inconsistent with or contrary to any human rights. The list further go on to, I'm skipping to 1M, to develop and conduct educational and information programs to foster public understanding of the role and activities of the Commission. And I'll end there, Madam Speaker, and to say that this bill is timely, especially while we are going through a review of our new Constitution that we are going to be negotiating in a little while. And I believe that it is in the Constitution that was stated before, highlighted before, but recognizing that for us to be moving forward as an independent or an autonomous territory, as we achieve or try to aspire to, it's very important that we have this Human Rights Commission in place, recognizing that we understand, we agree as a government, as a people, human rights are fundamental. Human rights are important and must be regarded as. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to end there, but basically to say that I do agree and I support wholeheartedly this commission, Human Rights Commission. There are other areas in there I'm sure we will be addressing during our committee, but for now, Madam Speaker, that is my contribution to this very important and vital bill.
Thank you. I recognize the at-large territorial member, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too, Madam Speaker, rise to make my contributions to the I need to fix myself first. To make my contributions to the Human Rights Commission bill 2026. Madam Speaker, I first have to start out with a confused mind, because we all cannot just turn our backs on what is happening around the globe. And you wonder, what is human rights? What are we really trying to achieve? I know in my past, I know what it was, I know what we were trying to achieve. Because, Madam Speaker, I was one of the, as you know, one of the negotiators in the 2007 Constitution. And human rights was the big thing, and as you heard from the Premier and the leader opposition, the bill came here. This is the third time around the track. But Madam Speaker, as you listen, and they say to you in the bill that the bill is, I must say the bill is well put together. I have some concerns, which we'll deal in committee stage. The bill is well put together, and it deals with almost everything. And then it turns and says that any enactment in the UN and international organization could apply to BVI. I think someplace we have to make it abundantly clear that it has to be done through some legislation in BVI. Because, as I said, human rights is used to be something cast in stone. Now it seems to be all over the place. It all depends on who has the might to say what is human rights and what is governed. Madam Speaker, I do agree with some of the remarks, quite a bit of the remarks that were made, both by the Premier and the leader opposition. Somewhere along the line, since 1967, everything that is in our Constitution that deals with constitutional position, we take the position that the governor is in charge of it and he should be responsible. I like to differ a bit now, seeing what is happening, and say this cannot continue. Because here we have a bill, we forming a Human Rights Commission Act. Inside the Act has the provision of a committee that deals with selection and appointment committee. That's the name given to it. But if it's selecting, then is the governor a part of the committee? Because in the bill it says the governor makes the appointment. But this committee says that it is the selection and appointment committee. Madam Speaker, I do agree with the leader of opposition when he mentioned, if this thing is being set up as a corporate structure, and it must be set up in such a way that it runs its own affairs, and it must have checks and balances on the commission, which the bill says make provisions for it. So for the commission to continue to report everything that is doing to the governor doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That's not democracy at all. That's something else. Madam Speaker, so when we get in the bill, you will find that I have quite a number of questions. I hope other members, the Premier, the mover of the bill will be in we'll be in agreement to amend, to say something about some of these stuff, because they don't make any sense in terms of a modern democracy that we are trying to build. I know we are trying to make ourselves look good here by having this thing approved, the human rights bill approved, so when you go to your you go to the negotiation, you can say it was done. But I wonder if, Madam Speaker, if that's just all we should be doing here with this bill. Madam Speaker, the first thing that I have an issue with is for clause 4.2. And again, the leader opposition read it out. The commission shall have a common seal. But the last part of that clause that says, and shall presume, the court shall presume that the document was duly sealed. I don't understand why it's there. I know some legal, but this seems to me like a dangerous thing to put in a bill, because you're assuming that the seal is going to be used in its correct way. So if you put this in here that the court must assume it, they will assume it, and it could be something that's not right, that went out of whack. You know, Madam Speaker, so that'll be one of my concerns. And the other concern is the commission shall comprise of 7 commissioners at any one time. I don't know what at any one time means, but it should be comprised of 7 commissioners. And then down in the bottom says that any vacancy in the appointment doesn't affect the decisions of the commission. Madam Speaker, like I said, clause 4.3 says the governor shall appoint 1 member of the commission as chairperson of the commission. I don't understand why that's a governor function. I don't understand why. Why is not the cabinet function? It's a board that is established by law. So why the governor is making all of these decisions? Is it that the draft of the bill think that this is correct? I would like to hear that part, Madam Speaker. I think the chairperson of the commission should be a decision, and I almost want to say the House of Assembly, but they say it's going to be too political. But cabinet should make a decision like this. The governor right now sits in cabinet. Cabinet makes a decision, not a one-man operation. This can't be democracy. It can't be, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a section, clause 4, clause 4.4, clause 4.4 says, 5.4, my mistake, Madam Speaker. My thing is flipping in and out. That's a problem. They establish a selection and appointment committee which shall, it's flipping in and out, my computer, my thing. To receive application for the general public through advertisement and direct invitation by the government for appointment as commissioners on the commission. Why is this here? It seems like all through the document the government has no role, so why is it here now? Well, how is the government just inject here? I don't understand it. And B says, 5.4b says, we review application interview applicants, select the most suitable person and make recommendation to the governor for appointment. Now, I have a problem with that. You have a select committee under law to choose people to be on the commission. But you know you're making a recommendation, so it says that the governor has the right to turn back the recommendations that the committee made. Is this same like the Civil Service Commission? That's what I read here. I think we're trying to make more stringent laws than this right now. This seems to be a clause that was taken out of the Civil Service Commission. Madam Speaker, 556 is the governor shall appoint the chairman of the selection and appointment committee. Again, what I'm reading is a civil service structure, but we're talking about a statutory corporation that has its own seal and can be sued and all this kind of stuff. And this can't be right, Madam Speaker. The 57 says, where a vacancy occurs in the selection of appointment committee before completion of its function, the relevant nominator of the vacating member shall nominate another person. Now that's the first clause I see that linked with how the membership of the select committee is chosen. 2 by the governor, 1 by the premier, 1 by the leader of the opposition, and 1 by the chief justice. What that part of the thing is saying, go back to the person who makes the appointment to get another nominee for the select committee. So I don't really have a problem with that. That's the same provision we were trying to put in the, what thing again? FUCO? The Virgin Energy, something? The water bill, the water, electricity, and sewage bill. That's easy. Madam Speaker, then we go to 511. In making recommendations, the select committee, the selection and appointment committee shall, as far as practicable, ensure that some things happen. The candidates have knowledge, the candidates reflect diversity of the 7 persons selected to serve as commissioners to the commission, at least 2 who are ordinarily residents on island other than Tortola, provided those 2 persons shall not be ordinarily resident on the same island. So in other words, they're saying, choose 1 person from Virgin Gorda, Antigua, or just for Dex. That's what they're saying. None from Salt Island or Peter Island. That's what they're saying. So, I have a little reservation, but I think I have to talk about it in the committee stage with my colleagues a little more to hear what the thinking is. 13 says, for the purposes of this subsection 6, for the purposes of subsection 6, a person is fit and proper to be appointed, and I think appointed as commissioner if he or she, and B says, possesses public credibility. How do you measure that? Public credibility. How do you do that, Premier? There's some things in here, and somebody going to say, you know, the world will go wrong that Vincent Whitley is a credible person, and it goes wrong, you get public credibility. You put a name out. How do you do it? The other thing, I know it sounds like something simple, but it's not that simple. And 614H, it says is a person against whom and I think the leader opposition did it quite well. You know, complaint has been made to the commission, and an investigation is being initiated. So, based on what they're saying, you're guilty before you start. You don't want someone who is caught up in the law, the investigation to be considered at all. And there's some merit to it, don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, there's some merit because you don't want the commission to be tainted in any which way by anything. So, but you're assuming guilty before. And 15 says the appointment of the commissioner shall be subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. That's after everything is done. You know, the gates are open, the horses are gone, and now you're trying to put them back. I think it needs a better way to do this. And if you subject it to a formative resolution, you're not going to bring politics in the middle of it. Can we get rid of politics? We can't. It's impossible to get rid of politics, and it gets more pronounced in small societies like ours. It's impossible. The leader opposition mentioned the U.S. Senate. It's impossible. I listen to them on a regular basis, and they're in a mess. You know, so I don't think you could get rid of the politics by ignoring the House, belittling the House every step of the way. We can't continue to do this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we go to function and powers of the Commission, 6.1 L Roman numeral 1. Any matter affecting human rights, including the desirability of legislative, administrative, or other action to give better protection to human rights and to ensure better compliance with standards laid down in international instruments on human rights. This is what I mentioned earlier. Do we need to put this in here without knowing what it can be? You know, there are so many things that happen that, contrary to our culture, contrary to a lot of stuff, that we need to know what we're dealing with. Whoever sits here, need to know what they're dealing with before you just accept something like that. Madam Speaker, in the same 14L, Roman numeral 3 says, the desirability of the Virgin Islands becoming bound by any international instruments on human rights. Again, it's the same point I was making. Do we really want to put this in here without knowing what's going to come? Madam Speaker, M says, not M, O says, to consult and cooperate with other persons and bodies concerned with the protection of human rights. I do agree, including similar institutions in other countries, the United Nations, and any other relevant international organizations. To consult. I have a problem with the words consult. It means that you have a problem, you're going to adopt what you're being consulted about. I really don't know. I still think we need to know what we're dealing with before it gets out of hand. Madam Speaker, IL says, IL says 14, IL says, to assess and comment generally on government progress in relation to its obligation to respect, protect, fulfill human rights. What does that mean? I mean, they need to look at the human rights the government is violating or they're doing what they're supposed to do based on the law. But what does this really mean to assess? I understand that, and comment. Who are you comment? Who are you commenting to? So again, I have questions. Somebody probably has an answer. And T uses to study treaties and other international instruments on human rights extended to the Virgin and make recommendations for the effective implementation. So this is the UK, everything the UK signed up to in the United Nations or wherever they are. That's what this clause is covering, Madam Speaker. Am I right or wrong? Somebody please help me out. I don't know, in the committee stage, I think I will get an answer. And V says to inspect custodial facilities. I think that is correct. And examine treatment of persons detained in those facilities and places. With a view, I understand that we are not badly off when it comes to our custodial facilities, that they need a little more space. Britain normally give us jails. I don't know why they haven't really volunteered to give us another jail. They normally give us jails. They normally help us out with jail cells. You know, we need some additional space, no? At the prison, so to make people a little more comfortable. That people can be rehabilitated properly. And X is to perform any other function or exercise any other powers, confer or discharge any other duties imposed on it under this Act or any other enactment. Madam Speaker, the bill also made provisions Madam Speaker. The bill is made up of, like, the member for the fourth says, 4 parts, 29 clauses, and the clauses, many of the clauses, they have many parts, like the one I just mentioned, clause 6. Madam Speaker, this committee has the right to make regulations. The Cabinet, in consultation with the Commission, may make regulation to the effective implementation of this Act. Again, I don't see the linkage. Everything above is the governor. And when you come down here, the Cabinet will make. I don't understand what we're doing. They had nothing to do with the thing about what you're making regulation about. Don't understand it. And I'm not trying to use a big word, facetious. Madam Speaker, offenses. Clause 30, the person who willfully obstruct, hinders, or resist a commissioner commits an offense without lawful excuse, refuses, or willfully fails to comply with any lawful requirement, commits an offense. Willfully makes any false statement to or mislead or attempt to mislead a commissioner or any other person in exercise of his or her functions under this Act commits an offense and is liable to 6 months in jail and $1,000. But someplace in this Act says that if an investigation is happening and anybody who gave information to the Commission, whether truthfully or falsely, they have not committed any offense. So that is something, again, we have to look at to see exactly what we are trying to achieve there. And the commission is also excluded, Madam Speaker, from investigating matter which is pending before the Court of Judicial Tribunal, which is correct in my mind. A matter involving the relations or dealings between the government and any other government or an international organization. If it's sensitive matters, I do agree. A matter relating to the exercise of the prerogative of mercy. So in other words, if you take on a mentality, you can free prisoners who have helped you to be elected. You cannot investigate the matter. Huh? You cannot investigate a matter. You can't think so deep. Madam Speaker, it says, Clause 34 says the independence of the Commission, and this is to me the foundation, the root of this organization. For the avoidance of doubt, the Commission is an independent body, and the Commissioner shall not, in the performance of their duties, in the performance of their functions, be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. That is the foundation of the Commission. So some of the things about saying like the funding for it, it's a charge on the consolidated fund, and all that kind of stuff, they don't need to be here. We know the Commission will be funded through a budgetary process, and they will be given X dollars to carry out their function. But there's nothing in here that says whether or not the Commission can, there's no bank accounts, there's nothing for the Commission. I guess there will be regulations, which might be the right place. There is no, that the Commission can take funds from human rights, that the United Nations have monies given away to countries that carry the human rights obligation, whether or not they can take those funds. All of that is missing from the bill in my estimation. Section 32 says, Madam Speaker, the duty of the commissioners to disclose interest. What I didn't read here is whether these commissioners are governed by the interest, what do you call the bill again? The Act? Registration of Interest Act. Are they governed by it? No, this doesn't say it. It says the federal commissioners to disclose interest. It tells you what they should do. The mere fact they spell it out there, it means that that's the only thing that they should be doing. Yeah. Madam Speaker, commissioners and staff to maintain secrecy. And it says under 4, clause 4, 31(4), the commissioner shall not disclose in any report made by it under this act any matter in respect of which the governor certified that this is disclosure, that is disclosure, I got it underlined. Disclosure might prejudice security, defense, or international relations, including relations with an international organization in respect of the territory or would otherwise be contrary to the public interest. And then B says, 5 says, a person who fails to comply with subsection 1 commits an offense, and they are subject to a fine not exceeding $5,000 or 2 years in jail. Again, I have a question here, because they say anyone who discloses, and they're talking about the commissioners and staff to maintain secrecy. Madam Speaker, under lane of publication and annual reports, Madam Speaker, the bill in its last paragraph says that the Commission shall, within 6 months after the end of each financial year, furnish, and then it says, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly within a period of 3 months after their receipt. And the Commission may thereafter cause a copy of the report referred to in this paragraph A to be published on its website. I don't know what the 3 months was referring to, who's going to get the report, and who has 3 months. So again, in the committee stage, we probably need to make that a bit tighter. Madam Speaker, like I said, the bill is making its tour trip around the House of Assembly, and it seems like this time it has its all the parts, most of the parts intact. Madam Speaker, this thing says, I'm making a note here, Madam Speaker. It says that the Commission can question anybody. That means ministers, House of Assembly members. When it relates to ministers, who will be legally representing the ministers if they're being questioned? Is that a concern that we should have? No, because most of the time it's the ministers who administering government institutions and so forth will be calling for questions. And they have a right to question the ministers, but who will be legally obligated to Madam Speaker, again it says in clause 6.7d, it says they can basically request all information, including the number of inmates, the number of persons detained. And if you don't give that information, there's a nice fine, a maximum of $5,000 if you don't give the information. I think the information is the information you should give it. It's no national secret, unless we have El Chapo, if we don't want to disclose that we have him. No. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will leave it there for other members to add, subtract, do whatever they have to do with this bill. But, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the bill. I rise to support the human rights bill, but after questioning, probably I can say that I will support the bill. I think it's time we do have a human rights bill. And the last thing I would like to say, the resignation and removal of commissioners, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, the leader opposition had mentioned this is a corporate structure. And once you set it up, any commissioner resigning shall resign to the chair of the commission. If the chair is resigning, then the chair needs to resign to cabinet or resign to, just one time, since he's the chair of cabinet, resign to the governor, the chair, that is. But for every commissioner and every board member to resign, send their resignation to the governor, this is old-fashioned way of doing this stuff, and we need to continue it, or it's not working, and we need to change it. So under 8.1, the commissioner may at any time resign his or her office, but in writing to the governor needs a couple clauses there. One, ordinary commissioner resign to the chair of the commission, and the chairman resign his position to cabinet or the governor. I think that's the fairest way to do it. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I think I will take my seat, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Honorable members, at this time we'll take the lunch break and return at 3 p.m. House is in recess. This House now resume its sitting. Honorable members, the debate continues. At this time, I call on the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand today to rise to give my contribution to the Human Rights Commission Bill of 2026. And Madam Speaker, while I begin, I want to say from the onset, unlike some other bills that have come before this House, I am making it plain today that this bill, even though it would have some amendments when we go through committee stage, has my support. Madam Speaker, I know we had the students from the Cedar International School who were here earlier and who the Premier and yourself was able to give welcomes to and greetings and extend a little bit more backgrounds on what we do here in the House of Assembly, and then the Leader Opposition also gave his points to them. And one of the things, Madam Speaker, that's important, and my debate is largely geared towards, is ensuring that persons understand that they have rights. And they have rights that are listed and stated in the Virgin Islands Constitution, and then this bill now goes a step further to ensure that those rights, if for whatever reasons they are abused, that this commission, through this bill, is seeking to prove and provide an area that persons can seek justice and seek seek clarity in terms of how they can have justice served on their behalf. So, Madam Speaker, in this bill, I believe the bill is seeking to do 4 major things. One, it is creating a watchdog to the commission. It also creates a complaint pathway for the public. It creates security over state power, especially detention and public administration. And it also, finally, Madam Speaker, creates a public record through annual reporting to this House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I don't wish to spend too much time on areas where members, the Premier, Leader Opposition, and the members that spoke before me, including the at-large member, Honorable Skelton, spoke to. But when you look at the freedoms listed out in the Virgin Islands Constitution Order, it starts in Chapter 2, the fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual. It goes all the way from 9, I think, all the way down through to 30. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 32, Madam Speaker. And then in 34, that's where you see the establishment of the Human Rights Commission, which we are doing now. Madam Speaker, when we speak about human rights, persons get sometimes bent out of shape in terms of what they think should be rights and what they think should not be rights and how you should feel. But Madam Speaker, as a human being, you have been created by Almighty God, and there's some things that just should apply and pertain to you as an individual. It doesn't matter about your social status, it doesn't matter about your ethnicity, it doesn't matter about your social class, it doesn't matter about your race. It matters that you are indeed a living, breathing human being created by God. So today this bill, Madam Speaker, goes to the very heart of what it means to live in a just and civilized society. We're not talking about roads, we're not talking about buildings, we're not talking about budgets, but simply human dignity. Because while persons might just look at the economy of the Virgin Islands, that is not the only measure of a country. A country must truly be measured on how it treats its people, how it treats the vulnerable, how it treats those in custody, how it treats the elderly who have built the foundation of this territory, and how it protects the rights that our Constitution promises. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007 guarantees those fundamental rights that I just spoke about. And as the House of Assembly, as people of these Virgin Islands, as persons in authority, we must ensure that these rights, even though they are written on paper, it's not enough. We must ensure that these rights are protected, that they must be enforced, that they must be accessible to the ordinary person, and that is what I believe this bill seeks to do. Madam Speaker, it is my firm belief that rights are not only meaningful to those that can afford them, but rights are meaningful when ordinary people can defend them. So in Section 6, Madam Speaker, of the bill, the Commissioner will have the broad responsibility, including the promotion of human rights awareness, receiving complaints from members of the public, investigating violations, advising government on legislation and policy, inspecting places of detention, monitoring whether the government respects, protects, and fulfills human rights. And these are not small responsibilities. They are, in fact, the foundations of our democracy. This society here in the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, if we are protecting persons' human rights, we are indeed protecting the future of these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, listening and looking at what I just spoke about with what the Commission is supposed to do and how it is expected to do the things that it's supposed to do. The challenge comes where you look at the cost, because it costs something. We have a saying, Honorable Dawson over there, on my good Methodist lay preacher, salvation is free, but it ain't cheap. It has to cost something. And what is the cost, Madam Speaker, of these rights? What is the cost of seeking justice for ensuring that your rights are not violated? And if they are in fact violated, how do you seek to ensure that you receive fair and just treatment. Madam Speaker, that's why I love Section 24. Section 24 of the bill states that no fees can be charged for filing complaints, which simply means, Madam Speaker, to the people of the Virgin Islands that justice is not reserved for those who can afford lawyers like the one on my right and you, Madam Speaker, and the Honorable AG. It simply means that when you're making your complaint, it becomes accessible to everyone. Justice can never depend on the size of your bank account. Justice is justice is justice is justice, Madam AG. And when we look at Section 11, the vulnerable in our society, Madam Speaker, one of the most powerful elements focus on women, children, persons with disabilities, minorities, and the age. Madam Speaker, it doesn't specifically highlight or single out our seniors. You know, I love my seniors and I love our young children. But it speaks to the aged persons in our society. Because they are those who built the society. They are those, Madam Speaker, who, because they built our society, we have to treat them with dignity. They don't just deserve our gratitude, but they deserve our protection. They build the very institutions that we govern. And we must ensure that in their later years, right now we have seniors, Madam Speaker, that are living hunger, that we treat them with dignity, with fairness, and respect. And I am one of those, Madam Speaker, that promises not to forget the elders of our society. Because if you forget or displace our seniors, Madam Speaker, you are forgetting and displacing the foundation. And anything you build on a foundation that's not solid would eventually fall. Madam Speaker, the bill then goes to talk about the oversight and detention and prison conditions. I believe one of the most critical powers of the Commission appears in Section 6 again, which allows the Commission to visit and inspect places of detention, prisons, custodial facilities, and it says the Commission may review detention conditions, interview detainees privately, access information, make recommendations to improve the treatment. And I believe this is important because around the world, human rights abuses often occur where the public cannot see it. And transparency in this vein would be the strongest safeguard, Madam Speaker, against such abuse. Juveniles in custody, which has been one of the things I've been speaking about, pre me being elected to this House. The Constitution, Madam Speaker, in Section 16, under Chapter 2, speaks to 16:9 specifically. For the determination of the existence or extent of his or her civil rights and obligations, every person shall have the right to a fair hearing within a reasonable time before the independent and impartial court of the authority. Before I get to the juveniles, Madam Speaker, this is a problem we have that's violating our human rights. Persons are on remand for up to 2 years. if not more, waiting to have their day in court. It might be no fault of their own. It might be because of the legal support. It might be because the prosecution are able to file and provide and have their files prepared for court. It might be because the court itself is not able to sit. But, Madam Speaker, that does not give us the right to have persons sitting in remand in custody for this amount of time. And then the section that deals with the minors, Madam Speaker, being housed at His Majesty's prison since 2008. The Constitution states that juveniles should be in a separate facility, not what we're doing now. Not having them in a part of His Majesty's prison and trying to justify what we're doing and saying they are not among the adult population. And Madam Speaker, if we don't confront this and address it, we will continue to kick this can down the road. We continue to have situations where children who are making mistakes, and I said children because until they become the age of 18, they're considered a child. They make their mistakes, Madam Speaker, and then they're placed in environments that expose them to further harm. Our Constitution from 2007 demands and demanded better. Our conscience demands better. And while this bill gives the Commission the power to inspect detention facilities, we don't have one for our juveniles, Madam Speaker, and this should not continue any further. The bill does not, however, Madam Speaker, give the requirement for urgent intervention when juveniles are improperly housed with adults. It speaks to the fact that something should be done just as the Constitution does, but it doesn't go into the detail of what should happen and how soon it should happen and how long these individual rights can continue to be infringed upon. This is something, Madam Speaker, that I believe in this bill should be strengthened because protecting our children must always be our priority. I've had numerous situations, Madam Speaker, and numerous encounters with juveniles who serve time at His Majesty's prison that when they come out with a badge of honor. They come out with this sense of pride, and not pride in a good way. A sense of pride that, yeah, I spent some time up Balu, ain't nothing. I go back up there if I have to. That's not what we want to expose our juveniles to. What we want is a situation and a system where they can continue to get their education, where there are interventions, where there's parts for them to choose a different option than what got them in there in the first place. But to be in the prison, Madam Speaker, amongst adults, hardened criminals, as much as we want to say they're not commingling, the place is only so big. And it's bursting at the seams, Madam Speaker. So at some point in time, they will commingle with the adult population. Madam Speaker, I just read 16:9. There's an old phrase that I keep referring to, and I'll just read it. Justice delayed is justice denied. Long delays in these criminal trials harm everyone, the accused, the victims, the families, and the public confidence in the justice system. This commission, Madam Speaker, seeks to establish under Section 6 that we will be able to investigate human rights complaints and advise on policy issues, but the bill does not specifically require reporting or monitoring on systemic delays in the justice system. And I believe, Madam Speaker, if we're going to do this bill justice, we have to ensure that we strengthen this aspect, because the right to a timely trial is not a technicality. It's a fundamental safeguard against injustice. When we look at the independence and accounting of the bill, the aspect of the bill that deals with the independence, Madam Speaker, under Section 34, the Commission is explicitly declared to be independent and not subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Madam Speaker, the leader opposition and the territorial at-large member Skelton stated in some aspects in the bill that use the independence of the body, but then commingle it with the public service and how things are done. If it's going to be independent, Madam Speaker, it should be fully independent. It should be not under the control of the governor, or the governor has this say. Madam Speaker, let's strengthen the thing where even to the executive, as was suggested by the leader opposition, the cabinet. Cabinet is made up of 5 ministers. The governor chairs the cabinet at the moment. Madam Speaker, those are things that we should do. Not leave it to one individual to decide upon. Section 29, Madam Speaker, the Commission will produce annual reports to the House of Assembly. This is the transparency and accountability. It allows the legislature, us in the House of Assembly, to review the number of complaints received, the outcomes of investigations, and recommendations for reform. And this, Madam Speaker, the House, as we are now independent, must take those reports seriously, because protecting the rights is not one that we should take lightly, and it is not one that will be one-off. Every single individual will have their grievances that they will bring forward, and we must ensure that the processes to the Commission are handled properly. And wherever we might need to amend this legislation based on what is happening, that we are doing so, Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I just want to touch briefly, I'm soon done, on some areas that I believe in the committee stage I will highlight in terms of where we need further clarification. The timelines for investigation. The bill does not go specifically into clear timelines for the resolving complaints. I know some of them will be longer than others, but we can't create the commission and allow the commission to be overwhelmed with the amount of cases that it ends up being like, in certain cases, the judicial system, for lack of resources or whatever it may be. Madam Speaker, if we're going to ensure this commission functions properly, there must be clear timelines in terms of persons making a complaint and a process through, so that the persons can receive justice and receive answers to their complaint. The enforcement of recommendations. The Commission can make recommendations, but the bill does not always require authorities to respond within a defined time frame. I believe stronger follow-up mechanisms would improve this part of the accountability. On the juvenile detention aspect that I covered, Madam Speaker, the bill should be more explicitly moved to address the constitutional requirement that juveniles be separated from adults, not just say it, because it's said in the Constitution and we're saying it here in the commission, but do something about it. And on the transparency provisions, certain confidentiality provisions, such as those related to the public interest certificates, should be carefully applied to ensure that they do not unnecessarily limit transparency. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that the bill seeks to do justice by every single individual in this territory. Some may argue that establishing the Human Rights Commission is unnecessary. Some may say it creates bureaucracy or further bureaucracy. To those persons, Madam Speaker, I say human rights protection is never bureaucracy. This is another step towards fulfilling democracy. Some may argue, Madam Speaker, that existing courts already protect rights. Courts are expensive, slow, intimidated for persons who cannot necessarily afford the high-powered attorneys. This Human Rights Commission, Madam Speaker, provides accessibility and oversight. And I hear others might say, Madam Speaker, that the Commission will attack the government. But a strong human rights institution does not weaken government. It will only strengthen the trust in government. Accountability does not weaken leadership. It strengthens legitimacy. So, Madam Speaker, as I come to a close, I believe this bill represents a very important milestone in the continued development of our territory. But as we know, laws alone does not protect rights. People do. Institutions do, leadership does. And as we continue to consider this legislation, let us remember why it matters. Not for politics or headlines, but for the people of these Virgin Islands. For the child who deserves protection, for the prisoner who deserves humane treatment, for the senior citizens who deserve dignity, and for every resident who deserves to know that their rights will be respected. Madam Speaker, I applaud the Honorable Premier for bringing this piece of legislation, and I believe this bill will go fully supported by the other members of the opposition, as two have gone before me. And let us pass this law, Madam Speaker, that will continue to do more to govern. Let us pass laws that protect our humanity, and let us ensure, Madam Speaker, that the strength of our country is not measured by how powerful its leaders are, but it is measured by how we protect the people, how we protect those who are the least of these, and ensure that the educational aspect of this commission and this bill, when it comes into force, persons fully understand that they can seek justice through a commission that would try their best and do their best to bring corrections to any wrongs that were done to them. Madam Speaker, again, I fully support this bill, and I would look to the committee stage where we could have some discussion on some of the areas that I've highlighted and other members would have highlighted. But I believe we are taking a step in the right direction, and I believe members should support this bill as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the member for the 9th District and Minister for Health, Honorable Vincent Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise to support this bill that, if memory serves me right, has been very, very long in coming. I think it must have been around 1995 when we introduced the at-large system, and my colleague from the 9th District, Honorable Real George, when he gave his opening remarks, he gave a very eloquent presentation. One of the things he mentioned, and even received applause in the House, was the need for a human rights bill in the Constitution for this country. That was like 31 years ago. The bill has been through a few iterations because it's a very, very important bill for our democracy. Human rights is something I've followed for quite a while, particularly those powerful countries who have always managed to find a way around protecting vulnerable persons. And they usually use two tricks to get around treating humans properly. And one of them is science. They use science to redefine what a human is. It may sound strange, but they've done that. Because somebody can't claim human rights if they're not deemed to be human. I could give you examples of it. The other one they use is religion to justify why somebody should be less than somebody else. In terms of science, there's a gentleman, I read his book many, many years ago. He's an American anthropologist and a science critic and a science historian. He was moved to write a book called The Mismeasure of Man. And the reason why he was moved to write that book is he realized that the developed countries had used a lot of science to decide who was human and who were not. So he wrote a book refuting every single piece of science that they use to justify deeming people non-human. You can look it up. It's called Stephen Jay Gould, an American, very popular guy, The Mismeasure of Man. It's a book really worth reading. It'll open your eyes to a lot of things you thought were truth, but were simple manipulation. I spoke about the story of the Zang already. I think everybody should know about the Zang by now, which was an English slave ship back in 1781, who had overloaded the ship with 130 African slaves, coming across the Atlantic, got in the doldrums, the winds died down, the boat wasn't moving, food and water began to run out, and to save his crew and everybody else, he started throwing the Africans overboard. Throw them overboard. Of course, they drowned in the middle of the Atlantic. We went to Jamaica, dropped off them who had lived, then went back to the UK and make a claim on those Africans he murdered. And the insurance company said, you got to be a madman. You kill people, you look in money, you to go jail. So he appealed to the Privy Council. You can look up the case too, the Zang. He appealed to the Privy Council, and the Privy Council upheld his claim and made the UK pay him, overpaid him, pay him for every single slave he killed. And in the ruling which I read some time ago, it said it could have been cattle, dog, or the slaves. They're the same. They are non-human. They are possessions. They used their science to justify that. And we had other cases too. Now, a lot of members objected to the governor being mentioned throughout the documents. And with good reason, I don't blame them. I don't know all the reasons, but the UK too was involved in the slave trade. I don't know if that was their reasoning. And it's a very interesting book I read very recently. I think I finished reading the books by Sir Hilary Beckles. Yes, so it's called Britain's Black Debt. Very interesting read. And the reason why I'm going to refer to this here is in our Constitution, it refers to human rights. There's a whole section in here, chapter 2. It's referenced here too in interpretation. Human rights includes the rights and freedoms referred to in chapter 2 of the Constitution and any other rights in international human rights instruments which may be applicable to the Virgin Islands. The member for the second referred to it earlier, chapter 2 in our Constitution, fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual. There's a whole section from page 8 to about page 22 on the right. But there's a particular part in here I want to read. Whereas every person of Virgin Islands is entitled to the fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual, whereas those fundamental rights and freedoms are enjoyed without distinction of any kind, such as sex, race, color, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, ethnic, or social origin, association with a national minority, property, family relations, economic status, disability, age, birth, sexual orientation, marital or other status, subject only to prescribed limitations. The member for the sixth outlined that all these laws aren't absolute, some are subject to limitations. Whereas it is recognized that those fundamental rights and freedoms are applied, subject to respect for the rights and freedoms of others and for the public interest. That public interest there tends to bother me a little bit because it can be taken out of context if you ask me. And so Hilary Becker's book, he talked about this idea of national or public interest. So, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I want to read a small section from his book when it comes to national interest. He's quoting somebody. The slave trade, noted Christopher Brown, quotation, mattered to the emerging wealth and power of the British Empire, close quote, and to the English nation as a whole. A national consensus held that the fortune generated by slave trading was critical to nation building and to imperial power, and that its contribution to the growth and wealthy towns such as London, Bristol, and Liverpool was obvious. To oppose the slave trade was to oppose the national interest. For this reason, the beginning of a movement to end the trade was surrounded by fears of national decline. National interests and public interests sometimes go down a very slippery slope. Until we see all humans as equal, things like these can happen. So we have to be very careful how we treat and handle human rights. Did Bob Marley say the same thing? So, Madam Speaker, where a lot of trouble comes in is just there. When one person's right seems to contradict or infringe on somebody else's right. Now, normally it ends up in court. But again, justice sometimes is you can't get it because of the expense of it. So again, Madam Speaker, and I think part of these are reasons why these bills may take a long time to try and get them as correct as they can. Now, listen to something that's strange here. There are better laws protecting animals than humans, and they're much older. Some of the most progressive animal rights laws were found in Germany. What I found curious about animal rights laws is the time it happened. Around 1933 to 1945, they were busy defending animals while killing people. And so, these are real things, you know. I didn't make these things up. I don't make these things up. Yeah, defending animals. In fact, we still have some of this today where some animals seem to claim more rights than people. And the reason being because we call animals animals, but we start taking people and putting them into categories, and then we decide who's going to live and who's going to die. Yeah, that's an interesting fact. Many persons believe that some of the most unprecedented principles of human rights started in the 6th century under a man named Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great lived in a place that's Persia, called Persia then, that's now, which is ancient Iran. One of the places that gave us some really good human rights are now being bombed. That's just, I guess, how history happens. And then we have this concept of crimes against humanity, which appeared, I think, after World War II, when the sort of nations, England and Russia, got together to condemn Germany for what they were doing. In the 1945 Nuremberg chapter. It happened at the end of World War II. So, Madam Speaker, the journey to human rights is not an easy one, because we've created artificial categories and barriers to separate us and then decide who's up and who's down. So I'm so pleased that the Premier has found the guts to once again bring this bill forward to us. My colleagues before went into great details about the bill, so I'm not going to go through all of them, but there are a few of them there that I must jump on, because some of them actually fall within my ministry. And the bill, the Human Rights Commission, specifically mandated to protect the rights of vulnerable persons within our territory. And when I hear a person talk about human rights, and the education pathway that I fully support, I think persons only think about what a government's responsibility is. But human rights are for the community, the whole society to take part in. It's not what the government is. The government has a role, yes, but human rights also involve all of community. In Clause 11.3 makes it clear that a commission must pay particular attention to groups that are often at greater risk of discrimination or marginalization. These include women, children, minorities, indigenous persons, persons with disabilities, the elderly, and any other particularly vulnerable group. Madam Speaker, this bill also recognizes the unique circumstances facing women and children, and it expressly affirms the protection of their civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. I think here in the BVI we've done an incredible job of bringing our women along. In fact, most women, we just celebrated Women's Day, International Women's Day, and I think it's fair to say women have done fairly well in rising in the ranks here within our society. It further safeguards the rights of minorities, ensuring that they are protected from discrimination and that their voices are recognized within our legal framework. More importantly, the bill places significant emphasis on the inclusion and protection of persons with disabilities and elderly persons, acknowledging the need for dignity, accessibility, and equality. Now, it was mentioned earlier, the whole idea of access to laws and access to information. And then there's also the other part of it, opportunity to reach these things. I remember talking to a fellow educator years ago about how does opportunity and access differs. I'll tell you what he told me. He said, imagine if you had a room, big empty room, and in the ceiling you had a bunch of money. Anybody could walk in and get the money. See, but the man who gets a ladder has access. They both have the opportunity to it, because there, you can see it, but the one with the ladder has access. So what we need to do is make sure we are giving our people access to the things we are trying to do for them, their protection. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the bill provides flexibility for extending protection to any other particularly vulnerable group. That one is forward thinking. Making provision for persons which allows the community to respond to emerging vulnerabilities or circumstances that may not yet be fully recognized but may require attention and protection. The bill also contains important safeguards for individuals who participate in the work of the Commission. Witnesses who provide information are protected from victimization, intimidation, or sanctions under Clause 33, ensuring that persons can come forward without fear or reprisal. Madam Speaker, we hear that word often used a lot. I am being victimized, I am being intimidated throughout the community. Similarly, complaints are protected through provision that safeguard their privacy and ensure their cooperation with investigators during investigations and conciliations as provided under Clause 14 and 31. And Mr. Speaker, another strength of the bill is the establishment of an accessible complaints mechanisms. Individuals, groups, and their other representatives may submit complaints to the Commission, including complaints made on behalf of vulnerable persons. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we have to be very mindful of is that the Commission has teeth. We don't want another place to complain or vent your frustration and nothing happens. This provision ensures that those who may not be able to advocate for themselves are not excluded from seeking protection or redress. Madam Speaker, we see this a lot in our territory. Something we call them the silent majority. Persons who want to stay in the back and they call up a popular person, please ask this question for me. Please say this for me. Please do this for me. And a lot of times they don't feel comfortable. They stay and they suffer in silence. This is a tragedy. So it's so important that we make provision that that everyone not only has the opportunity, but that they have the access to what we are trying to do for them. Further, Madam Speaker, the bill encourages the resolution of disputes through conciliation and settlement. Clauses 19 and 20 allow the Commission to facilitate agreements between parties, kind of like arbitration. And when such agreements are reached, they may be enforced as orders of the High Court. Again, when people hear court, they run for cover. You have to make sure, again, the access is there to get what they need to resolve their problems. This approach promotes efficiency, resolution of disputes, while reducing the need for lengthy and costly litigations. Remember, for the 6th, again, I take that point very well. Once persons hear court, first thing is these courts cost $15,000 up. Where are people going to get money from? So their needs go unresolved because the funds are barred them from access to law. To ensure effective investigation, the bill grants investigators the authority to summon witnesses, question them, and require the production of relevant documents under Clause 16. These powers are essential to ensure that investigations are thorough, credible, and capability of uncovering the facts necessary to uphold justice. Now, Speaker, what we don't want to see happen is that only persons with money feel they can be protected. The least among us must feel justice. You know, we have grievances, we must feel that we have access to those laws. Now, Speaker, the bill also provides important protection for those carrying out the work of the Commission. Commissioners, staff, and other appointed persons are granted immunity for acts done in good faith in exercise of their duties as set out in Clause 35. I think this is a clause we've seen recently with our statutory bodies, and it's we should make sure it's always the case. This protection ensures that those responsible for protecting human rights can carry their responsibilities without undue fear of legal challenges. Madam Speaker, the bill recognizes that protecting human rights is not only about addressing complaints, but also about educating the public. Remember, for the 6th, raised that issue, the need, sometimes sometimes we fall down greatly on lack of education. And this house is a great point to educate the public on all of this out there. I always encourage persons to tune in, listen. Here's where things should be said to educate you on the laws and the going on of the country. The Commission is therefore mandated under Clause 6.1(m) to develop educational and informational programs aimed at developing a greater understanding of human rights within our community. And I think that's a very important clause, one of the most important clauses, if you ask me. Because a lot of persons would hear persons speak, and all of a sudden they're ready to run with it, not really understanding exactly what their rights and freedoms are. This preventive approach will help to build a culture of respect, equality, and dignity throughout the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, there are some other things in the bill, but I wouldn't bring them up here because they'll be addressed more in committee as personally ventilate other aspects of this very important bill. Again, I commend the Premier for bringing this bill forward. It's a long, outstanding piece of legislation. And as we move towards more self-autonomy, self-determination, as we build our institutions, take us along, this here is a critical one that we must make sure is given the best chance to succeed as every other bill. And Speaker, just those few words, I shall take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize the Junior Minister for Financial Services, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to, to lend my support for this Human Rights Commission Bill of 2026, which, Madam Speaker, is based on Chapter 2 of the 2007 Constitution. And I'll just very quickly read, Madam Speaker, Section 34 of the Constitution, which says, "There may be established by law a Human Rights Commission. The composition, powers, and duties of the Commission shall be such as may be prescribed by the law establishing it, and may include the following." And it goes through a list including the receipt and investigation of complaints, of breaches, of infringements, of any rights or freedoms referred to in this chapter, the provision of a forum for dealing with and the participation of the Commission in promoting conciliation with respect to complaints and disputes concerning any matter relating to this chapter. And, Madam Speaker, this Section 34 is referred to elsewhere in the bill, such as at Section 63, which speaks to the functions of the Commission. Madam Speaker, I would encourage the people of this territory to become familiar with Chapter 2 of the Virgin Islands Constitution. Yes, we are about to negotiate a new constitution, but we all know that it is going to be a couple of years before that becomes the law of the land. So this is a very important part of the Constitution, and frankly, I do not expect that there would be many changes to this section of the Constitution. Of course, when the new Constitution came into being and included the Chapter 2, this was hailed as a huge accomplishment. And it is a bit concerning, Madam Speaker, that it took us nearly 20 years to operationalizing this commission, or to operationalizing this section of the Constitution. And in fact, it could only be done through the establishment of a commission. There are some sections of the bill, Madam Speaker, that in my view, and as others have said, are very vague, sections that really need to be fixed. And if I may draw attention to a couple of them, Section 14, for instance, Section 14, which says that a complainant shall, unless he or she no longer agrees to the involvement of the commission in the matter, a complainant shall, unless he or she no longer agrees to the involvement of the commission in the matter, shall cooperate with the investigator, allow the investigator at any reasonable time to enter and search any premises owned or occupied by him or her in order to carry out inquiries as are reasonably necessary for the investigation of the complaint. I consider this section, Madam Speaker, to be a bit arbitrary and very concerning and potentially conflictful, as I see this as the role of the police. Again, at section 19.3, Madam Speaker, speaks to the conciliation, and it says, conciliation shall be conducted, says, a conciliation shall be conducted in the way the commission decides. And then over the page it says, if a complaint is resolved by conciliation, the commission shall help the parties make a written record of the agreement they have reached and so on. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that we use a stronger word than help, as later on in the same section it refers to the fact that the agreement will be filed with the court. So we need a little more than help. Madam Speaker, I'd like to refer to Chapter 2 of the Constitution briefly. In terms of the fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual. And I'll just read a few of them. The protection of the right to life, equality before the law, protection from inhuman treatment, provisions to secure protection of the law, protection of the right of prisoners to humane treatment, protection of freedom of movement, protection of the right to marry and found a family, protection of the right to education, freedom of expression, protection from deprivation of property, protection from discrimination, protection of the environment, protection of children. And Madam Speaker, a number of my colleagues have spoken to these points, or some of them, but I would like to speak to just two of these points in terms of the fundamental rights of freedoms of the individual. The first is not specifically spelled out in this section, but it is covered. And I want to speak, Madam Speaker, to ex-prisoners. My colleague from the second spoke about juvenile prisoners. But I want to speak to persons who would have done their term in prison on for whatever conviction was the case. And then they come out, and Madam Speaker, because we really do not have a human rights commission very often, they revert to a life of what is called recidivism, or they return to doing the same things because they could not get a job, for example. They would return to a life of crime. I'm hoping, certainly, Madam Speaker, that this Human Rights Commission would address this and people would be bold enough to speak to instances such as this. The other section I want to speak to, Madam Speaker, pertains to the environment, and this is section 29 of the Constitution. and this is protection of the environment. Every person has the right to an environment that is generally not harmful to his or her health or well-being, and to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through such laws as may be enacted by the legislation, including laws to prevent pollution and ecological degradation, promote conservation, and secure ecologically sustainable development, and so on. But the section I really want to address is to prevent the pollution and ecological degradation. And Madam Speaker, as we all know, there are all kinds of pollution, including, Madam Speaker, noise pollution. Noise pollution, I repeat, which is becoming more and more of a problem in this territory. And I certainly hope that such instances will be brought before the Commission. To the environmental consideration, I'd like to add the section of the bill, section 11 of the bill that my colleague from the 9th referred to, and this was how to file complaints or who can file complaints. And it says, without prejudice to the generality of subsection 1, the subject matter of a complaint may include an allegation that any civil, political, economic, social, and cultural right, or any right of women, children, minorities, indigenous persons, the disabled, the aged, or any other particularly vulnerable group protected under Chapter 2 of the Constitution, to which I just referred, or any applicable international human rights instrument has been breached or infringed. Madam Speaker, this is another reason why I welcome this very important bill. Madam Speaker, I would now turn to section 26 of the bill, and I have to agree with others before me, including the Leader of the Opposition, the member for the 2nd, as well as the member for the 9th, who have recognized that the cost of this commission is going to be substantial. And if I read section 26(1), it says, the commission may from time to time appoint fit and proper persons as investigators for the purposes of this act, or professional or technical advisors to assist in the performance of its function. Persons appointed under subsection 1 may be paid remuneration as the Commission may approve. Any remuneration payable pursuant to subsection 2 shall be paid out of the funds of the Commission. So, Madam Speaker, we are talking about a significant cost that we are adding, but when it comes to human rights, we have to admit and we have to recognize that there cannot be too much of a price that can be paid for persons upholding their human rights. Madam Speaker, I'd like to go to section 36, and it is another area that I consider to be a bit arbitrary, and I hope we can go over it and review it during the committee stage. And it pertains to rules of evidence, and it says, in proceedings under this act, a commissioner or an investigator shall not be bound by any legal or technical rules of evidence and may receive and base a decision on evidence presented in the proceedings that he or she considers credible or trustworthy in the circumstances of the case. Madam Speaker, that gives me pause, and I certainly hope that we can tighten this, because when I see that one is not bound by legal or technical rules of evidence, it causes me some concern. Finally, Madam Speaker, as I went through this bill, I thought of the Complaints Commissioner, the Complaints Commissioner Act of 2003, and our existing Complaints Commissioner. And I wondered to what extent there would be significant overlap between the two, the Complaints Commissioner and the Human Rights Commission. But I do expect, Madam Speaker, that there will be collaboration between the two, as this will be necessary. In fact, some parts of the bill does refer and does say very clearly that where a complaint pertains to another part of another law or another act, that it would not be considered under the Complaints Commission bill. But, Madam Speaker, there again is where I see some difficulty. But, Madam Speaker, as I said before, this bill has been long in coming, and everyone has welcomed it. I too welcome it. I think we're going to spend some time in committee going over it to make sure that after 15 years, 10 years or more, that we get it right this time and we get a Human Rights Act that is fitting for this territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Carl Dawson. Sure. All right, I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to go ahead of you. And I promise not to be too long, Madam Speaker. I think members before me have dived in deep in terms of the elements of the bill, and I'm going to focus on 4 clauses specifically, and then give my overview and support for the bill. I particularly want to firstly start off by publicly giving my support for us moving forward with the Human Rights Commission Bill 2026. As was said before, Madam Speaker, this is a bill that has been before the House in several iterations. The Honorable Deputy Premier and I have debated this bill, I think, twice, colleague, in this Honorable House. And I think we're at the point now, and that's why it shouldn't be long, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, we are at the point now where we are moving forward to what and I think the territorial member said it operationalize the fundamental rights within the Constitution. And I think this bill seeks to do such. Madam Speaker, human rights is one of those things that's important. It's one of those things that we need to educate our people on what their rights are and what they're entitled to. Many, for too long and too often, persons or mistreated, maligned, marginalized, and pushed aside in this territory. And sometimes they don't have the fight to fight, but don't know that they can fight for the protection of those rights. And this bill seeks to ensure that there's a mechanism in place to ensure that those persons, those marginalized persons within our society, have the support and the ability to fight for their individual rights, as outlined in the Constitution. And I wouldn't go and read all those fundamental rights that are listed in the Constitution, because they were read already for the day. Madam Speaker, I know the people are listening and they've heard them. But just some strong arguments for supporting this, Madam Speaker, in terms of strengthening the whole issue of democracy and ensuring there's a level of accountability, Madam Speaker, and particularly in government. Madam Speaker, it's a long weekend and you go by these watering holes and to hear things, Madam Speaker, and I support the leader opposition. He mentioned that government has to be subject to this. Because too often you hear about the abuses within government where persons are being marginalized, being threatened, their employment, and they have no recourse in many instances than to go take government to court. And many times government has lost, but persons can't afford to go to the courts to fight some of these cases. You know, so there are many of those cases floating around where, you know, you're hearing the abuse in the administrative and executive process. So it's necessary to have something in place to ensure there's a level of accountability, to avoid the protection of citizens from abuse of power, and the whole promoting the rule of law is upheld, Madam Speaker. And those persons need to have the level of accessibility. And this Human Rights Commission intends to achieve this. Though there's some changes that we need to make, Madam Speaker, in the committee stages, I believe that the bill that is before us is a strong start in getting to that point of ensuring that persons have proper recourse in getting to that point. And I'll list a couple of reasons why I think we could make some additional changes to move forward. Madam Speaker, one of the areas of significant concern for me is the issue of persons on remand. And it's mentioned here earlier today, remand at the prison. We learn in standing finance that some persons are in prison up to 2 years and remand waiting trial for upwards of 2 years, Madam Speaker. Persons are entitled to a right to a speedy trial. To hold somebody in a prison for 2 years without a trial, it's a major, major breach of someone's human rights, Madam Speaker. And these are the things that I'm hoping that once the commission is up and running, could aggressively go after to ensure no matter what a person is accused of, they have a level of entitlement to be treated with a level of dignity as well through that process until they're found guilty or innocent. So, Madam Speaker, right now, our system as it is not working. And we need some type of commission would seek to be that watchdog, so to speak, to ensure that the system works for persons who are marginalized in the society. Madam Speaker, sections, I have a few sections that I have a few concerns with. I'm going to raise those now in terms of, bear with me, Madam Speaker, as I refer to the bill on my tablet, Madam Speaker. This is section 5, which speaks to the appointment of the commission. It was mentioned here earlier this afternoon, Madam Speaker, but I think it's important, it's worth repeating, that you have an entity that's a body corporate, that was mentioned earlier. But an entity like the commission, it requires a level of independence for it to function the way that it ought to function. Madam Speaker, I too oppose what is being proposed in section 5, where the governor has the appointment, particularly of the administrative officers in the organization, the CEO namely, And I believe that has to be changed, Madam Speaker, and I know that in the committee stage we'll look at that to see where we could ensure that the systems within the commission itself works to put in place a person that are fit and proper to fit in those positions versus someone being appointed from an executive level. Madam Speaker, Section 6, it also speaks to the powers of the commission. And the powers of the commission, Madam Speaker, are extremely broad. It speaks to the investigation of complaints, the summoning of witnesses, the access of documents, even in the intervention to court proceedings, and the inspection of detention facilities and requesting of information from those facilities as well. But, Madam Speaker, I am concerned, though, that while we have these powers in the commission to do the investigations and file their findings, I'm afraid that the commission could be another complaints commission. And I'll say it because we see the complaints commission and they come before us very often, standing finance, and they do a lot of good work. And you see the reports that they've written and they've done. And we have many persons who have been aggrieved, whether it's by government, by someone within the society, and nothing happens. The reports are written, the work is done, but there's nothing happens after the fact. And based on the law as it stands currently, I see the same thing happening. And what I suggest is that we have to find a way to compel at least a response, engagement from the entities who are responsible for following through after the report is done and the assessments are done, and there's credible information to suggest that we need to move forward in dealing with these matters. Put some type of timeline in place to ensure that whether the DPP or the AG must respond within a certain time frame to the reports or the findings, so at least the process can continue to move. I think there's too much inertia when it comes to dealing with these agencies, and they look at it just as a nuisance. But a person's rights, human rights, is not a nuisance. Once a person's human rights are violated, we have to ensure that it does not become the norm for that type of behavior and that type of practice. The person see that there's nothing being done, and that's the case with the Complaints Commission right now. Do a lot of good work, write these reports. It's scary to see some of the things that are being happening to our people in the society, happening through government, through the government system, but there's nothing that happens after that. So there needs to be a follow-through. And I think as colleagues, we have to sit down and look at ways where we could strengthen that aspect of it. While they have the powers to investigate, there needs to be some powers there to ensure that there's a level of follow-through so that persons really get some type of justice through the process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 13, which speaks to the conditions for dealing with complaints. Madam Speaker, the concern I have there, Madam Speaker, is the timeline for filing a complaint. It says that a complaint beyond a year cannot be filed. So for instance, if something happened to a person, they were aggrieved, happened in 2025 and 2024, we're now in 2026, the commission comes up to speed by the end of this year and they want to file a complaint with the commission. Based on this law, they can file a complaint. We need to look at possibly extending that period beyond a year to ensure that persons, because the reality is that people often don't know what rights they have. And the commission has a responsibility to educate persons, and there's an education mandate of at least once a year to go to the public in the bill and educate the public on what their rights are, what the role of the commission is, and how the commission could support them in ensuring that their rights, if at all is breached, they have some type of recourse. And I also want to recommend that we go beyond just once a year. I think they should do it twice a year in terms of the education mandate. In the first quarter, first half and the second half of the year, go out there and do that level of education, constant education in terms of what a person's rights are. But these are serious rights. And I think the reporting period has to be extended, and I'll suggest that in the committee stages to extend the reporting period beyond the year. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the last point I'll raise, and I think many of the points, like I said earlier, were raised by the members of the House, is the issue of the financial independence of the Commission. I agree that the Commission should be paid through a subvention, and an agreed subvention, and not them have to try to beg money every minute just for the operation. We have to make sure that we have a clear amount of money to ensure that the operation is in place so they could operate. Not because the job isn't subject to them, that they know that it means that we're going to pull back on the resources that a commission would need to go forward. So I want to say that we need to ensure that the funding is in place, but I also want to encourage that, reach out, and there's a provision that gives them the ability to seek funding from private sources that are approved through the government. There are NGOs that support this type of activity, and if they're a credible NGO, I think the commission, and that would help with the independence of its operation. If the funding that they receive, some government is limited. But I believe that we need to ensure that the funding is put in place to support endeavors like this, because we hear the different commissions come to this House on a regular basis complaining of the lack of resources to do their job and to execute their duties. But this one is critically important, as are all the others. The Complaints Commissioner, very important as well, and we see the work that they're doing. We need to ensure that these commissions are funded adequately, to ensure the rights and privileges of the people are protected by any means necessary. Mr. Speaker, again, I support the bill. I think we have some work to do in the committee stage. There are a lot of things that were raised by the members that spoke before me on this side of the aisle, as well as the Premier. And I believe that we have to spend some time to ensure that we get it right. But the key thing for me is the ability to enforce, the enforcement mechanism, to ensure that after the reports are done, after the investigation is done, that we have something in place that persons could get some type of relief if it's proven that they were truly aggrieved, their human rights were violated or infringed upon, or else it'll just be another glorified statutory board that we're spending millions on that we're not getting any results for the people. I don't think that's not what any of us would want in this House, because we have a responsibility that we have a commission that works. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I look forward to the discussion in the committee stages.
Thank you, Member for the 8th. Now, Chair recognizes the member for the 5th District and Minister of Communication and Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the kind of bills where you hear members debate, where everyone seemed to be in agreement with the bill. So you would have heard members go through the bill and persons out there may probably be wondering, what is human rights? What's a Human Rights Commission? What is the purpose of it? How will this benefit me? How will this benefit the people of these Virgin Islands? Persons may think this is just another government agency being created, another layer of bureaucracy. But I think this is a very critical bill, and I think when you build a house, this is basically the door to the house, because the door for the citizen who may have been wronged who have nowhere else to go. This is the door for persons who may be discriminated against and who can't afford a lawyer. The door for a person who, probably is in situations, the bill would speak about, the prison situation where, unfortunately, we have at our prison where we have overcrowding, where the conditions may be not up to par. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a door, we've been waiting for about nearly 20 years. The leader of the opposition would have said this is his third time seconding this bill. My colleague from the 8th district said this is his second or third time debating this bill. But why it took so long? This section came into force with the 2007 Constitution, and it contained that chapter dedicated to fundamental rights and freedoms. Section 34, and members would have read it, it says there may be established a law, a human rights commission. Now, Mr. Speaker, I note the word may in that sentence, and not shall. The Constitution did not command us to create this commission, and I'm sure maybe that is why it never came into force, but I'm only speculating. But it empowered us to do so. It gave us the permission. It gave us a framework. When you, in the legal terms, when you see may and shall, may, you don't really need to, but you can. But shall, you are required to. So in this Constitution, it says that there may be established by law, a human rights commission. And based on research, I heard the member for the night said that this was spoken about from 1999. But I know this was first time read in the House in 2014. And it went through, it was reintroduced again that same year after the House was prorogued, deferred, came back in 2015, and it ended right there. So the cycle repeated. But we're here, Mr. Speaker, today, and you might wonder why. Why at this moment? But I think as a government, we understand that these institutions, that they matter. And you would see that we would have brought quite a lot of bills here and passed them and go through the process because we understand. And we understand rebuilding. We understand rebuilding our infrastructure, rebuilding our economy, and rebuilding our institutions. You'd have heard the Premier said that we must become a model nation as it pertains to good governance. A model nation, any model nation has a human rights commission. So what we are doing here today, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it was done back then. I must acknowledge the work done where we know this bill needs to come into force. So the Deputy Governor, and I must acknowledge him and his team, they went to the people in 2025. They went to the people and they did public consultation across the entire Virgin Islands. TORTOLA, Virgin Gorda, Antigua, and Jos Van Dyke. And the people were involved in this process. questions were asked, what the need of Human Rights Commission? They spoke, and the bill was revised accordingly. So this is the people's bill. This bill is shaped by the people's voices, and here it is today. After quite a few false starts, but we are going through the process today. And members would have spoken about who would have brought the bill, and I know during the committee stage, we would make amendments to various parts of the bill. And, you know, as we go through that process, we will make the bill right for what the people require. Because this commission, we expect it to be independent. And even though within the bill there are quite a lot that refers to the governor, I always had the question as to why not this bill, why wasn't this bill brought by the mayor? We see that there are seven commissioners, and they are appointed through a committee represented by the premier, by the leader of the opposition, even the chief justice, and also the governor. So there's no single political aspect to this bill where persons will still be a bit concerned as to go in to seek justice. When a person files a complaint, they will know that the person hearing the case is somebody who is independent, and they would hopefully feel empowered to seek justice through that means. The commission also will have some real powers, Mr. Speaker. It can also do subpoenas. It can fine for contempt. You know, it can also apply to the court to intervene in certain proceedings. And basically, this bill has teeth. So when complaints are filed, it wouldn't just sit there as we've seen with other agencies. And unfortunately, the complaints commissioner was mentioned and the work that they do. But I see just a slight difference with the complaints commissioner and this human rights commissioner, because the complaints commissioner, they address maladministrations. But this human rights commission should address violating your fundamental and your fundamental rights that falls within the Constitution. So I don't see this as there will be overlapping in terms of the complaints commissioner and or the human rights commission. When you reach out to the human rights commission, there are no fees attached. So this is the outlet where, for persons who can't afford a lawyer, they can go to this body and file their complaint. And I think this would encourage persons to utilize this forum. And the commission will also protect witnesses. No employer shall sanction anyone from providing information. Statement made during investigation cannot be used against any person in court because the whistleblower is protected. The witness is protected. The person who comes forward is protected. So, some may ask, what about, especially for the employee, what about the labor code? And because the labor code, we know, protects workers. And as I mentioned, the court is there, the court deliver justice, but for those who can be able to afford, they would go through that process. But to me, Mr. Speaker, this commission would fill the gap. And it reaches where the persons or the law would not. And it provides a pathway for persons to utilize this commission. I go to the bill, and in section 6, it grants the commission powers to inspect custodial facilities and places of detention on a regular basis, to examine the treatment of persons detained and make recommendations also for improvement. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we know the prison, it faces some challenges with overcrowding and so forth with the commission. With the conditions there, they could be subject to what this commission would be looking at. But I know, as I heard the at-large member speak about, the UK in assisting with prison, we are hopeful that they would be paying attention and would address that situation there in terms of the overcrowding. Mr. Speaker, think about what this means for the commission. It will basically be that, as I mentioned, that pathway, and it would allow persons to address their concerns. And, questions would be asked about how can we afford this? Because complaints, you go to this commission and there's no cost, but somebody bears the cost. And you would see that the funds would have to be there to the consolidated fund. How can we afford this? But when you look at the need for this commission, you see it not as a cost, but as an investment. An investment in social harmony. An investment in justice and also public safety. So we see it as an investment rather than a cost. I mean, some also, Madam Speaker, some would worry about, the frivolous complaints. But in the bill, as I go through, the bill answers that directly. The commission may decline to deal with any complaint that is trivial, frivolous, vexatious, or made in bad faith. So this is not a license for mischief. It is carefully crafted, and again, I just want to acknowledge the way the bill was crafted. I mean, there would be some amendments, but I think this bill would be the one to take us across the line after nearly 20 years of being introduced in our Constitution. So, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't prolong the debate much because members would have gone through the bill and highlighted some of the challenges that they would have faced. But I see it as a necessary bill. It have my support, The concern that I have would be addressed in the committee stage. And again, I acknowledge the work done in terms of the public consultation to get the feedback of the people that is enshrined in the bill, and any responsible country would have this Human Rights Commission come into force, and that is where we're heading, Madam Speaker. So we know your rights are real, your grievances matter, and we are now building that institution, putting that institution in place, dedicating it, and it's being done for your protection. So to the people of the Virgin Islands, this commission will be your advocate. It will be your voice. It will stand with you when your rights are threatened. And again, it will cost you nothing to walk through the doors of the commission. And the bill will treat you with dignity and respect. And, you know, as we go through the committee stage, we will make it any adjustment to make sure that it's a perfect bill. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for the opportunity to lend my support to this Human Rights Commission bill. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this important piece of legislation before us. I'm pleased to debate this bill from the point of view that it is not an antagonistic debate. There is building consensus for what we generally agree is a much needed and much delayed piece of legislation, and both aisles have come together on it. As far as the debate is concerned, and as usual, we'll work together on it with respect to the committee stage where the real work is done. It's an important bill in itself, Madam Speaker, as we seek to ensure that the human rights of persons on our shores are available to them, as we would expect to have those rights available to us wherever we may find ourselves as Virgin Islanders in this world. Madam Speaker, as a people, we have traveled to other places to seek employment. Our history shows that. To seek a better way of life. And as you listen to some of the oral history, Madam Speaker, those experiences were not always pleasant. There were tales of exploitation and various indignities as our ancestors sought to make a better way for those that came behind. That was the price that some of them paid for us. The other point that makes this legislation so important, Madam Speaker, is along the line that I have been constantly speaking of since the people, the good people of the 1st District first sent me to this House. I make no secret of my view that our current constitutional state as an overseas territory of the United Kingdom is but a temporary holding point from which we should advance as soon as possible. As we seek constitutional advancement, each step should bring us closer to being a fully autonomous or independent state. And one of the key players pillars of an independent Virgin Islands is that the populace must have confidence in government. The populace must have confidence in government. The people must believe that the laws governing us. The people must believe in the government, and I'm not just speaking of the elected officials, but the entire systems of government must be seen as working as they should to ensure fairness, best use of resources, and the ability to detect and correct wrongdoing and abuse. The bill and its provisions, this bill and its provisions are key to achieving those ends. One of the new provisions in the 2007 Virgin Islands Constitution that was most mentioned when we talked about, well, what was different about the 2007 Constitution, most times one of the answers would include, well, we had a Bill of Rights. And that Bill of Rights certainly was there and not necessarily ignored. But we have now come to the point where we are putting in place legislation that activates the Commission, which is the key instrument in ensuring those rights. Those rights were there, but the Commission and this legislation will give us the mechanism. In a previous life, as I work as a consultant in one of the ministries, I had occasion to work on a piece of legislation related to the registration of religious organizations. And in doing that, we looked at legislation from other countries. But even as we were doing that and we were looking at what would take place in the Virgin Islands, there were times when we would, the conversation in my view was going down a road that would have infringed upon the rights as enshrined in the Constitution. We did not follow that path, but I'm suggesting that greater awareness that this bill is intended to produce would ensure that those paths are in any way considered. An examination of the functions of the Commission gives us further insight when we look in Section 6. And I think it's appropriate that the first two subsections deal with education. 6A says that the function of the Commission is to promote better public awareness, understanding, acceptance, appreciation, and discussion with respect to human rights and international instruments or activities related to human rights. B, to advocate and promote by education or publicity respect for and the observance of human rights. There are many persons whose rights have been violated through the years in this country and others, simply because they were not aware of those very rights and were not aware of the pathways to seek redress. I think it's also good in the bill and the provisions under the functions of the Commission that they will be proactive in the action, such things as making sure that human resources professionals are aware of these rights. They will be proactive in inspecting custodial facilities, for instance. So it's not just simply saying that this piece of legislation, your rights are there, and if you want them, you have to go and dig them out for yourself. We are allowing or promoting education so that people know, but the Commission also has, in my view, a proactive role to ensure that those rights are not violated. Additionally, in those powers or duties of the Commission, section T under 6 says to review and consider any and all factors that may inhibit the enjoyment of human rights, inclusive of the right to self-determination, and recommend appropriate measures. I will have to wait in committee to make sure that that particular statement there is saying what I would like it to say, that it is along the lines that as individuals and as a territory collectively, we have all rights to self-determination. I'm also pleased that included in the legislation are, of course, provisions for complaints, but also the provisions for conciliation. That gives us a step for remediation, a step for arbitration, if you will, a means to come to an understanding without, for instance, going to the courts. The commission, the law says, may also establish advisory committees as it thinks fit to advise it in relation to the performance of its functions, thereby giving it greater capability and capacity. Section 24 prohibits fees related to complaints, investigations, or conciliation. And I think that the member from the 9 put it well when he says that access is important. Not just opportunity, but the fact that those fees were in place, they could have served as a barrier. So somebody may have felt their rights were violated and they knew they wanted to do something, but if the fees were prohibitive, Madam Speaker, that person would have been just as if though they had no rights. So I'm pleased that the framers ensured that fees would not be a barrier to ensuring your rights. Clause 29 makes requirements for laying of annual reports, and this gives a level of transparency. And that exposure may also encourage persons, when they hear of the cases and situations, to also take actions to ensure that their rights are not violated. Madam Speaker, while, as others have said, and I agree, there is work to be done in committee on this bill in certain areas, it certainly is a long-awaited piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that covers a lot of the bases that I believe it should, and I believe that will make for a stronger and more just Virgin Islands. I thank you.
Thank you. At this time, testing. Yes, at this time, I recognize the at-large member, Honorable Stacey Mater.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, my colleagues in this chamber. Good afternoon to members in the public, Virgin Islands community at large. Madam Speaker, seems like it's been a while in this house. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to stand today in this honorable house and debate the Human Rights Commission Bill of 2026. In fact, Madam Speaker, when I received this document and I started to ponder and think of the place that the Virgin Islands finds itself in today, I felt proud, very proud. Proud that my colleagues have brought this forward, the Premier has brought this forward. Because when I sat outside of these chambers, human rights was always something within the circles that I moved that people always felt and would say, that's against my human rights. That's not right. That's an injustice. It was something that was echoed in the Virgin Islands and regionally during the greater part of my young adulthood and even as I grew older. Now, Madam Speaker, indulge me for a minute. In 1943, the UN Convention on Human Rights was established in Paris. Madam Speaker, 1943. In 1963, and Madam Speaker, I say this for the persons in the community, only for education, there was a short man from Ethiopia that gave a speech about the color of a man's skin. In 1976, no matter how we may run from it, Robert Nesta Marley had a song called War that took that speech at the United Nations and turned it into a powerful song. Madam Speaker, until the philosophy which hold one race superior and another inferior is permanently discouraged and abandoned, everywhere is war. Madam Speaker, we know those words. We sing them. It plays on the radio. And when we look at the world we are in now, we see people being slaughtered. We see people crying out, one continent to the other. But even our region is not without injustices. We see it. Sometimes the Virgin Islands lives in a shadow where we may think that things may not impact us because we may feel protected, and then other times we feel vulnerable. Madam Speaker, there is a established High Commission of Human Rights by the UN that was established in the Bahamas in 2023 in our region because CARICOM decided that we needed to look at that as a region. Madam Speaker, and here we are, the BVI, now looking at our own commission. Madam Speaker, it's timely. Nothing happens before its time. Madam Speaker, in 2001, I returned to the Virgin Islands, and I had locks. And I walked past this building one day, heading towards the administration complex, because I felt like my human rights and those of others were infringed upon because of my hair. Now, when I stand here today, there are at least 3 members in this house that wear locks. Madam Speaker, we have come, we have grown, and we've matured as a country. And this is another step. Madam Speaker, 20 years later, in this Constitution that we have from 2007, as what has been said before, Chapter 2, we are finally establishing this. Madam Speaker, I have looked at 3 budgets in this House, and I've seen the Human Rights Commission listed, and I've seen money for it. And I've questioned, when I sat on the other side, where is the money going? Today I can honestly say that when I see it again, I'll have a formal response. Madam Speaker, this commission seeks to address injustices against individuals and groups. And as my colleague said, and I want to reiterate, the commission will now shift human rights from an abstract legal concept into something that is practical, that you can see. And again, I echo what was said, accessibility will be important. For a layman on the street who feels as if something has been done to him or lady, they have some place or should have some place that they can go and they can make a complaint. But, Madam Speaker, only a foolish dog barks at a flying bird. So again, as my colleagues have said, and I'll get to that, if there is no teeth, then there is no merit, there is no weight. Madam Speaker, you know, I didn't want to bring 2 things up today, but I'm going to bring them up. Madam Speaker, I have spoken before about a one-man commissioner doing things, and in this bill, I am troubled, I am perturbed, where the governor's name is mentioned throughout it. Madam Speaker, in part 1, when it talks about the establishing of the commission, Section 5, Section 6, Section 12, appointments of committee, the selection committee, Section 25, appointments of other staff, everything is the governor. One person, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how can we evolve to proper accountability when only one person makes a decision? When we make a decision in here, the public says those 13 in there made it. The echo should be the similar that one person is making it. So, Madam Speaker, Cabinet, as was said by the senior member on the opposite side, I want to endorse that. Cabinet should be the ones making that decision. Madam Speaker, you know what's even more interesting? If you go back through the document to section 34, and I'm going to quote, "For the avoidance of doubt, the commission is an independent body, and the commissioners shall not, in their performance of their functions, be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority." But yet in this document that is drafted, we put one person. Madam Speaker, that's a contradiction. Okay, we'll clean it up in committee. Madam Speaker, under the functions of the commission, section 6(4)(q), and I love this, says that the commission's functions, one is they are chartered with creating a national plan for human rights and for the protection of human rights within our society. Madam Speaker, that's a lot. Unlike a previous bill I saw, there was a timeline for creating something like that. I would like to see something firm in the bill on that. Otherwise, it's just left out there and may take another 20 years. Madam Speaker, when I decided to run for political office in 2023, one of the things I wanted to always champion was the vulnerable, those who did not have a voice. And in this bill, there is moves towards it. But what really got me smiling was prison. How the prison is in here mentioned, and it basically says, let's go and visit and see how things are up there. Madam Speaker, I've been up there several times, visiting. I haven't stayed, just visited. Madam Speaker, we used to refer to up there as a hotel, going up on a vacation. But Madam Speaker, those accommodations up there are not even 2-star. And the responsibility for our prisons, because after Hurricane Irma, the fence went up first, and then they did some patching and some other things. But when we take our people who have done wrong, and some of them haven't even had their due course, and land them up there, waiting on a trial, how? The accommodations are not even humane. And then when they exit, no recourse. You know, one of the members in here spoke about persons who are accused, and we've seen a lot of them. And they don't have their day in court. And there's no way for them to turn, no place to go, no one to answer, no one to help them. Madam Speaker, I saw a lady walking through Huntom's Gut the other day. I'm not going to call her name. And I felt it. I felt it. Because there is a Virgin Islander who can still do work. But because a circle and an X has been put on her, she can't do anything. Madam Speaker, that's an injustice. And we walk around and we see it. And many of us still feel it. Madam Speaker, you know, like other countries, the Virgin Islands, you have the right to assemble, you have the right to religious freedom, and for the most part, race and color is not an issue. And I'm careful when I say for the most part, Madam Speaker, because every country has prejudice. If you don't acknowledge it, then you don't live in a country and you're not being real. Madam Speaker, in this country, I've seen instances where Virgin Islanders and other persons have not been treated fairly, Madam Speaker. And I've noticed again, for the vulnerable in section 11, one of my colleagues spoke about it, the filing of complaints is allowed on behalf of an individual or a group who may be marginalized. And I'm glad that's in there. But Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about this bill, and most of the public out there may be thinking, okay, elected officials, you know, we have the Complaints Commission, we have the Integrity Commission, and now we have the Human Rights Commission. We're going in the right direction. But I want the public to also understand or think about the fact that the Human Rights Commission is not just about government and statutory bodies. Madam Speaker, it's also about private entities. Madam Speaker, on a daily basis, I get complaints. People say, Honorable, there's a law that says that you should pay Social Security and NHA. How come people don't pay? And then I have to figure it out. There's a law that says this is the minimum wage, but I don't get paid it. Madam Speaker, a Human Rights Commission should also and will also investigate private matters where people are being taken advantage of. And because they feel they're voiceless, they can't say anything. So, Madam Speaker, for those who are listening, this is not just about government. This is also about private sector. Madam Speaker, we even have harassment. You know, one of the things that's interesting is when you go to a private entity, and even sometimes in some of our pillars of our economy, we see staff where their morale is so low because they've been oppressed, they've been pushed down. Where you have a manager that comes from here, there, or somewhere, just as an example, because I've seen it, and nothing is done. And people question, where do you go? Because you've been here, you've been there, and nothing has happened. Madam Speaker, I hope things change. Madam Speaker, when you educate a population, and I was happy to see this in this bill, you empower them. We've been talking about self-determination, and we've talked about who's responsible for educating our people on these things. We've talked about civic groups pulling their weight and doing things. Well, this commission can also pull some weight on this as well and educate our people on their rights and what self-determination would mean for them. Madam Speaker, there's things in here about mediation and settlements. I like that. There's even things in here about the environment. And my at-large colleague, the junior minister, spoke about it. And that one catches me, Madam Speaker, because when you live in a small island developing state, a SID, you realize that fishermen and farmers depend upon the environment and what is happening in order to make a living. Madam Speaker, that's a human right. So how do you protect the environment to make sure that someone in Caribbean who's fishing or farming or someone in Virgin Gorda or Antigua even, that the environment is protected? How about a diver that goes out and dives? How are we making sure that under the water is being protected for his or her livelihood to be maintained? Madam Speaker, this is deep. And we have to go very deep on it. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, one of the primary impacts that a commission, this Human Rights Commission, will have is they will have to ensure that the law, although it may treat people differently regarding privileges, it's a little touchy here, it must treat them equally regarding their dignity. Madam Speaker, I went and I did some research on other OTs and how they've been dealing with their Human Rights Commission and how things have gone. And one of the burning topics, and I don't know if any of my colleagues brought this up, but I'm going to be brave and say, Madam Speaker, the right to vote, the right to own land, and the right to employment. They're enshrined in the Constitution. They're enshrined in the Constitution in, I have it here in my notes because I don't want to be misquoted, Section 68, Section 22, Section 18, and Section 26. Madam Speaker, some have a right and many have a privilege. I do pray and hope that as we go through this and we establish the Human Rights Commission, that we do not challenge what makes us who we are based on our size, based on what keeps us the Virgin Islands we are. Because, Madam Speaker, one of the biggest rights you have is the right to be who you are. And it comes with birth, but it also comes with an extension of privilege. Madam Speaker, I love my Virgin Islands and I love my people. Hard conversations make us uncomfortable, but to build a nation, we must be willing to have those conversations and still be one people. I thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank all the members who spoke so passionately about this bill. And to repeat the history of its travel, it's interesting, it was interesting listening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, imagine leaving the Virgin Islands over half a century ago. A place where it wasn't uncommon to take a dog who may have sucked a few eggs and drown him. To take a cat that may have killed a few chickens, put him in a bag with rocks and throw him overboard. And Madam Speaker, sometimes you even stone bigger animals to death. And to go to a place like the United States, Madam Speaker, and to realize or to discover there's an ASPCA, the American Society for the Protection Against Cruelty to Animals. Yes, Madam Speaker. That's how much they value the lives and the protection of these animals. And here today, in the 21st century, talking about human rights, a human rights bill for the protection of human beings, Madam Speaker. And it's not, for me to realize that it's happening, Madam Speaker, is not what bothers me. It's that it doesn't bother so many people to know that we don't have it. And we're here talking about it as if it's a prize that we've just found. And that is not the only thing that we have, Madam Speaker, that is so lacking and that we are so behind with. But all lives continue. It shows that we have the capacity to survive under any circumstance. But is that good? It's not a good thing. Is it right? Of course not, Madam Speaker. But yet we continue to do it. That's why when we speak of certain things that we should have done long time ago, you still get resistance. People are concerned about things like things that we have overcome so long ago. We have figured it out so long ago. The American dollar, something that's not going anywhere. It's so widespread and common places, is used so many places in the world. Why would they take it away from us? Because we're talking about something that they don't want to hear. Madam Speaker, we're here talking about the Human Rights Bill and the fact that the governor shows up so many places in the bill. The name, the governor, shows up so many places in the bill. The truth be told, Madam Speaker, this bill went to cabinet. And I think it's not wrong for a member of this House of Assembly to believe that if something comes before them in this House, it had the blessings of cabinet. That is a widespread assumption. I think it should be a fact that if it comes from the cabinet, if it comes here, it came from cabinet and had the blessings of cabinet. But Madam Speaker, it speaks to our system. The system is broken, Madam Speaker. And until all of us in this House acknowledge that the system is broken, it will never get fixed. I saw a bill came before this House, and I will continue to say it because it's the first time I ever seen it. The Public Service Management Act, a bill, when it came here. That bill was riddled with much of the same thing that I'm seeing in this bill.
And this house took the challenge on head on and fixed it. I guarantee you, and I submit to you, Madam Speaker, that the governor of the Virgin Islands had nothing to do with this bill in its draft form. Nothing. I submit to you that's the case. But yet, he gets the blame. Well, this House of Assembly has everything to do with the bill, because when it leaves here, Madam Speaker, it would have been ours, the members of this House. Yes, the Constitution gives you the right to make the laws, and that's a law. You make the laws. And it's what you see fit to put inside that bill will go into it. I am not going to say what happened. I'm not going to say it because I think that all of us in here are smart enough to figure out what happened. But we are equally smart to know to know what we have to do to fix it. The bill is not 20th century, much less 21st century bill. Those are not the things that we should be looking at turning out from this House in the 21st century, Madam Speaker. Last year, we moved in strides to build the institution called the House of Assembly. This year, we're moving towards a parliament, Madam Speaker. And it speaks to our maturity. It speaks to our strength. It speaks to our courage to do the things that are right. And I want to say that as time goes by, Madam Speaker, I feel more and more of applauding the members of the House of Assembly for taking the bold steps that are necessary. The member for the 5th District, the Minister for Communications and Work, aptly pointed out that the Constitution said that there may be established under this Constitution a bill for human rights bill. He said may, yes. And we were able to take 20 years to address it fully, head on. Hopefully this time it's going to get passed in the form that will be satisfactory to all of us. It would not just be talk, Madam Speaker. It will be the bill that we all are hoping for. Madam Speaker, if you or anyone undertake to give consideration to human rights at any level, you will more times than not make reference to the basic obvious rights, which is a long list, Madam Speaker, and it's inclusive. But here are some key things people often think about, and they are, Madam Speaker: 1, freedom.
I'm sorry, Honorable Fraser, sorry to interrupt. We just need to take a brief recess. Let's take a brief recess. This House now resumes its sitting. I'm sorry, Honorable, you may continue.
As I was saying, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm saying that this whole matter of human rights is a sobering experience. Over half a century ago, Madam Speaker, I left this to the Virgin Islands and I went. It was a place I left that there was absolutely no regards for the lives of animals and the way they were treated, especially small animals. And you go to America and you discover the privileges and attention that were paid to those very small animals, dogs and cats. And now today in the 21st century, we're looking at a bill for the protection of human beings called a Human Rights Bill. And to so many people, Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter whether it passes or it doesn't pass. Because to them, it doesn't matter in their eyes. And then there are the legislators whose responsibility it is to have it passed, who are pondering in so many ways whether it's perfect or not. Perfection, Madam Speaker, you can always look for it. But if you don't get it, it shouldn't stand in your way of progress. When I look at this bill, Madam Speaker, I tend to, I give it the same level of attention that I've given to the Constitutional Review report. And I scrutinize it basically along the same lines. There are so many issues. And there are actually 13 of us. I don't expect that all 13 will concentrate on every aspect of the bill. But I do know, Madam Speaker, that some members will focus on certain areas of the bill. In this particular bill, Madam Speaker, this is a subject that is widely known to all of us. It is not something that we are not familiar with. It is part of our lives. As a matter of fact, it's so much a part of our lives that we take it for granted. We believe that the laws in the Virgin Islands are so comprehensive that they do in fact cover all the aspects of human rights. So we take it for granted. Madam Speaker, if you or anyone undertakes to give consideration to human rights at any level, you will more times than not make reference to basic obvious rights, which is a long list, Madam Speaker, and it's inclusive. But here are some key things people often think about, and they are, Madam Speaker. 1, freedom. Freedom includes expression. It includes movement and it also includes assembly, Madam Speaker. 2, equality, which means no discrimination on the basis of race, gender, or religion. 3, Madam Speaker, is justice. Everyone is expected to have a fair trial. No one should be tortured. And 4, Madam Speaker, there's dignity. Dignity revolves around basic needs being met, such as food, shelter, and health care. 5, Madam Speaker, participation. That's a voice in government and community decisions. The exception here is that the very rare and unexpected circumstances of colonialism exist and must be addressed here and now. This is not only the place to do that, Madam Speaker, but it is the right time for it to be done, given, Madam Speaker, that we are currently in discussions for the amendment of a new constitution. We expect, Madam Speaker, to be negotiating that new constitution before this year ends and to have a decision in before the next general election. Some specific rights that come up, Madam Speaker, is the right to life, freedom from slavery, the right to education, the right to work, and the right to privacy. Do we currently, Madam Speaker, enjoy those rights? I think in a way we do, Madam Speaker. I think probably the difference is that you can't demand them with any degree of assurance that you'll get them. But I think we do. What this bill seeks to do, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that there's a commission that will address any issue of disenfranchisement that you might experience. But, Madam Speaker, I want to make a case specifically for dignity. And that's where I want to separate myself, Madam Speaker, from the general discussion that took place all day. Because I knew those discussions that took place all day, Madam Speaker, covered all the basics of human rights. But this particular one, Madam Speaker, I want to focus on. Madam Speaker, framing the right to self-determination as a human right for colonial people involves emphasizing principles of equality, dignity, and freedom. So dignity, Madam Speaker, is what I want to focus on. My approach, therefore, Madam Speaker, is that the right to self-determination is a fundamental human right enshrined in international laws such as the UN Charter, ICCPR, as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, Article 1. This article, Madam Speaker, Article 1 of the ICCPR says, 1, all people have the right to self-determination, and by virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. What about this, Madam Speaker, that the rest of the world doesn't understand? What is it about this, Madam Speaker, that the United Kingdom government doesn't understand? What is it about this that the people of the Virgin Islands don't understand? That here we are, 2026. We already gone past the first quarter of the 21st century, Madam Speaker. Believe it or not, we have. We must be the last corner of the earth to be talking about things like this. We must be. Madam Speaker, it's 56 years ago since Bermuda got its constitution, the same constitution that we're here looking at to achieve. What is it about us in the Virgin Islands? What is it? Madam Speaker, when our forefathers were in search of a better life for their people, they migrated to places as far as the Dominican Republic, Madam Speaker. Yes? Cuba, Panama. It is time we stay right here and face the music, Madam Speaker. It is time we stay here and face the music. Yeah, I'm guilty, I ran too. I wasn't lucky like Lana to get a scholarship, but she laughed. But I'm back. And I'm here to tell you, I'm here to report, Madam Speaker, that the rest of the world isn't getting the kick like we are getting here. So let's fight back. Let us fight back. It's kind of late for me, but for the rest of you, I'm looking at you all back there. Fight. You could win. You can win. Kind of rosy here now today compared to where it was back then. But we have to make it clear, Madam Speaker, the two, Madam Speaker, all peoples may for their own ends freely dispose of their natural wealth and resources without prejudice to any obligations arising out of international law. These are human rights, Madam Speaker. Self-determination is a human right. And that right is to be able to do these things, Madam Speaker. All peoples may, for their own ends, freely dispose of their natural wealth and resources without prejudice to any obligations arising out of international law. Right here in the Virgin Islands, all people are subjected to draconian regulations imposed upon us internationally. Those are human rights violations, Madam Speaker. If you have a company in the Virgin Islands and you can't run it without all these, I don't know, measures being imposed upon you because somebody decided they're going to buy some ammunition and they're going to sell them to a country somewhere, or some rich guy is going to buy a yacht that you can't even afford, but you're being blamed for it. Those are human rights violations, Madam Speaker. But who do you turn to? There's nowhere to turn. The next step, Madam Speaker, has to be self-determination. I hear guys up in the United Kingdom talking about, in the House of Commons, talking about what they should do to us or what they should not do to us because they think that we are some little outlaws. And believe me, Madam Speaker, there's nothing that they ask us to do that we haven't done. Nothing. But yet they continue to do it, ask and ask, demand and demand. What does it say here? All people may for their own ends freely dispose of their natural wealth and resources without prejudice to any obligations arising out of international law. This Human Rights Commission, Madam Speaker, that we are going to establish, the first case we need to bring before them is the right to self-determination as a human right. That's the first one. That should hold them. It should hold them for a while. And we got to have what it takes, Madam Speaker, to bring this forward. We got to have it. I was telling my friend from the leader of the opposition a little while ago, Madam Speaker, I noticed that he coming along. He told me that he was always there, I just didn't understand his angle. Madam Speaker, the states, parties shall promote the realization of the right to self-determination. The states, parties shall promote the realization of the right to self-determination. It's a right. I'm not making this stuff up, Madam Speaker. It's about people's rights to govern themselves, make their own decisions, and control their resources. That's what it's all about, Madam Speaker. And that's from the United Nations. I didn't make that up. And there's more, Madam Speaker. That was the ICCPR, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, Article 1. Madam Speaker, the ICESCR, International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of 1966, Article 1, goes on to say, Article 1 of the ICESCR says, the same as the ICCPRS, Article 1. All peoples have the right to self-determination. They freely determine their political status and pursue economic, social, and cultural development. Let me read that again, Madam Speaker, because I just want to make sure it says that you understand. It says all peoples have the right to self-determination. If all peoples have the right, isn't that a human right? I'm talking about people. All people. It's a human right. Two, Madam Speaker, peoples can freely dispose of their natural wealth, resources for their own ends. 3, states, parties promote realization of self-determination. It's the same vibes as the ICCPR, focusing on people's rights to decide their path. Want to explore? Madam Speaker, the UN Charter, 1954, promotes self-determination in Articles 1, 2, and 55. ICCPR, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Both covenants affirm all peoples have the right to self-determination. Colonial peoples have the right as well, Madam Speaker. We are colonial people. We do, in fact, have the right. Freedom from oppression, determine their political status, free from external domination, cultural preservation, protect and promote our culture, our language, and our traditions. We have to reinforce in our people's mind that there is absolutely nothing wrong in protecting and promoting your culture, our culture. There's nothing wrong with it. As a matter of fact, it is a human right. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. As a matter of fact, what we should be doing, Madam Speaker, is awarding people for that. Economic autonomy, to control your own natural resources and development path. participation, Madam Speaker. Engage in decision-making process affecting their lives and your future. This right is rooted in equality. All people are equal and deserve equal rights. Again, get back to the word dignity. Dignity, self-determination is essential for human dignity. International solidarity. It's all about supporting colonized people in their struggle for freedom. Madam Speaker, speaker after speaker got up today, and I think without exception, unless only for the fear of being repetitive, maybe some people didn't mention it, but the whole thing about remand came up. And without exception, Madam Speaker, member after member, they condemned the current practice of holding persons on remand for years in many instances, and have even gone so far as to consider it a violation of the person's human rights. But ironically, Madam Speaker, no one has gone as far as to suggest that this House exercise a constitutional right that was given to it to make laws. No one has gone as far as to suggest that they will, in fact, in this legislation, give the Commission the power to have anyone on remand for a certain period released. What do you call it? This would be with prejudice, wouldn't it be? No one has gone that far. But yet, we have that right, Madam Speaker, to make that law. If we believe that something is going wrong with people's human rights within the justice system, it is up to us to fix it. So I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that members take a closer look at their obligations and do something about it. Madam Speaker, the Premier of this country has observed, and as far as he is concerned, and I support him on this, Madam Speaker, this human rights legislation should have come to this House from him. And I think it is something that we need to address in the committee stage, where we will have to fix it. It should come from the Premier or a minister, which he would have recommended that the bill comes through, and that this particular subject be administered through the Premier. Madam Speaker, with that said, I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, that I think I'm the last speaker, that we take a recess until the Premier gets back so you can wrap up.
Thank you, honorable members. We'll take a recess. This House now resume its sitting. Thank you. At this time, I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the members of the House for their debate on this particular bill. I think the leader of the opposition started it off. He set the right tone. Firstly, of course, in supporting the bill and then pointing out areas in which the bill can be improved. And quite a lot of what the leader of the opposition said I agreed with. And the members who followed, I believe all strengthened the point and solidified the points which were made before. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think that there will be a great deal of rancor or discord in the committee session. I believe there's a certain consensus that I picked up on in the debates. There was unity and support for the bill. And I believe it's just a matter of us going in and doing what we have to do, Madam Speaker. And I'm confident by the end of the committee stage, we'll have a bill which is fit for purpose. But we have to keep at the forefront of our minds, Madam Speaker, the great responsibility we have as leaders in this territory to the protection of the human rights of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I believe we are all focused on that goal, and that will propel us to work efficiently in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their debate, and I look forward to deliberating further in committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Human Rights Commission Bill 2026 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as Human Rights Commission Bill 2026.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.